Okay, I updated. I'm not gonna bother to show it because it's a pain, but I did update the comparison file because it previously did not have any mention of the methane gas leak into the area that was sparking. Again, it's like, but in order for there to be an explosion, you need to have confinement. If you just ignite a bunch of methane, like in a diffuse cloud, it'll just kind of plume. But you don't. It's unclear if that would have enough force to actually break any structure down. Anyway, um, I put that into the comparison doc because the comparison doc previously said that we don't know why the accident happened, but there is actually an explanation about why the accident in the pipe room that where Tsugumi was doing repairs occurred in the remake. I just didn't put it in the comparison doc. And the original, there is no explanation explicitly given as to why the warehouse starts flooding with murky water. There is some implication that perhaps Tsugumi made a mistake performing the repairs. That's why it happened. But it's not explicitly stated, it just happens. Whereas in the remake, it is highly implied that the repair went perfectly fine. And why the disaster occurred had actually nothing to do with the repair, besides they happened to be in the same place and occurred for a completely different reason as to why the repair even needed to be made. Which means they could have just replaced the whole scene of repairing the pipe in the control room with something complete, not control room, that pipe room with something completely different, and then it would have been made. It would have made sense. Um, Also, uh, I just made a blurb, just made a note. I forgot on the source side of the remake what exactly the conversation between Takeshi and Tsugumi looked like right when Tsugumi woke up. I know that in the original, Tsugumi does say that she wanted to die, just like here in this remake. In if you were Sora differentiated, Takeshi storms out in anger, which does not happen in the remake at all, regardless of how you're differentiated. And if you're in the original, Takeshi tries to argue with her about it. Here, Takeshi just says, "I won't let anyone die. I will save everyone." As a response, he just says that kind of throws that out there. And Sugumi like, "Oh, I see," and it just kind of ends. It doesn't have any like argument or any like storming out or anything. And I don't know. Remember if it's the same both differentiations, or if Tsugumi says less if you're Sora differentiated, or if I don't even actually know if I'm Tsugumi differentiated now. This was my goal to be, but I don't know if I've actually achieved it. What was the third thing? Oh yeah, the 91 hours thing. So I didn't actually have noted the prediction for the time of Lamu. In the remake, it's collapsed. Will collapse instead of implode. Got corrected to 91 hours from noon of day 3 at noon of day 3. So put that into the comparison document, and that if the prediction of 119 hours till implosion and the original occurred about 8 a.m. on day 2, then they agree that the time of destruction, by whatever means that occurs, will be 7 a.m. on day 7. Now, whether or not it actually occurs at that time in either edition of the game, I don't know. We'll get there, but the predictions line up approximately once the correction is made on day 3, which means that the whole prediction on the afternoon of day 1 that Sora makes is irrelevant and junk. Now, I did notice that 91 hours is not an integer multiple of 17, so they kind of broke a rule there. Oh well. They could have, it would have been hard. Like if they could have tried to make it 136, um, but that would have been very early day 1. So they'd have to really advance the timing. They could have though. They could have got rid of that whole daddling till noon thing and had the accident happen at the morning of day 1 in the remake, but they didn't. Okay, I think that's it. Um, So I'll continue. I'm noticing that Xenia is a lot less crashy and glitchy this time around than it was originally. So I'm wondering if just my own personal disk image is better than the one I was using the first time. It has nothing to do with the emulator itself. Anyway.
現在から未来は見えないでしょ？だったら今できることをして未来につなげていくの。
Oh yeah, we were in the middle of this horse poo, weren't we? Why? Why have to drop into this? Oh well. You can't see the future from the present, right? Then do what you can now and connect it to the future? Yep.
より良い未来につながると信じてね。それがきっと運命になるのよ。
Believe that it will lead to a better future. That will surely become your destiny. No, things aren't actually... Okay, old school cure. I guess in this universe, perhaps that's true. Soda na, which is that's right.
そう。宝くじだって買わなきゃ絶対に当たらないものね。
It also suggests that the choice I made earlier was the Pro Sora version of that choice. Hopefully that doesn't cost me anything. That's right. You can't win the lottery unless you buy it. Yeah, but Hope's not even buying the ticket. It's just thinking about the ticket. You can't win. I guess she's saying you can't win the lottery unless you believe you can. Because you wouldn't buy a ticket unless you believed you could win. So if you buy the ticket, you must believe you can win. Don't you think that's a little too much?
それに1年祝うも通すとか信じる者は救われるって言うでしょ？
Besides, let's go through... Oh, wrong kanji. And say that those who believe in it will be saved. They say that they can even pass through the rocks of hell, which is wrong kanji, and those who believe will be saved. Don't know what it's talking about because of a bad kanji. But maybe you can kind of interpolate. But just to my personal comment, every time I'm tempted to buy a lottery ticket, I just remember that, which isn't very often, not very strongly, I'm not like at sudden risk of, I'm like a risk of buying a lottery ticket. But anyway, I just remember how much of a regressive tax that is. And then I go, I don't want to support this as a concept.
そうだ、知ってる？プラシーボ効果って。
Oh yeah. Did you know about the placebo effect? Yes. Yes, that's it. You make something is true because you believe it to be true, but it almost always happens. But you cannot escape from an underwater amusement park using the placebo effect. The placebo effect's domain only applies to something that can be psychologically controlled, right? It only applies to something that can be regulated with your nervous system. So yes, if it comes to like feeling things and pain and stuff, it can apply because you can have a physical interaction between your beliefs and your perceptions. But you can't just turn Sora into a real human or something with a placebo effect. We're going to oversell the placebo effect. Because she goes, placebo effect? Question mark.
何の効果のない偽の薬でも、その人が効くと思えば本当に効いてくるのよ。
even if a fake drug that doesn't have any effect, if you think it works, or if a person thinks it works, then it really does work. No, it doesn't work. It just, if a person believes it will work, it will. If I give someone fake chemo, it's not going to get rid of their cancer. It's not quite how that. It was a little bit of an overgeneralization. It also won't kill them like real chemo will either. You mean it's not actually working, but you're just deluded thinking it worked? Yes, that's
それ
correct.
が本当に効いちゃうのよ。まあポジティブ思考は免疫力を高めるから放送効果とかいろいろ相乗効果なんかあるのかもしれないけどね。
And you're going to say, well, it depends on what you mean by worked. That really works. Well, positive thinking increases your immune system, so maybe it has a Hawthorne effect or some other synergistic effect. uh, okay, Go Translate is the same thing. You, come to think of it, I saw on TV that terminal cancer disappeared without surgery. Is that the same thing? No, that's, I saw on TV that before that someone had terminal cancer that disappeared without surgery. Is this the same thing? That's the ironically weird thing about Curé syndrome. Is it's supposed to cure everything, but you would think that it would help cause cancer by its description. And you go, well, okay, you have to hand wave it. You say, well, it makes your immune system super strong. So your immune system, but then the strength of the immune system, the problem with cancer is not that the immune system can't kill it. It's that it doesn't target it. And you can try to disguise itself from the immune system. And if you try to reprogram the immune system such that it does actually recognize the cancer as something to kill and kill it, that works sometimes. It's called immunotherapy. But it's risky because you could have your immune system attack healthy stuff too, right? It has side effects and does a bunch of damage in the same way chemo does a bunch of damage. Yeah, figure out a way to like really isolate the cancer cells, except for maybe one thing that was come up with very recently, which I forgot what it's called, so I can't really talk about it. But the strength of the immune system isn't going to affect its ability to tell what to fight, so it's unclear how Curé syndrome could cure cancer. So it's unclear how in this universe that works. Now, has this happened? Probably. And I might hold off into getting into why. It's not physically explainable.
まあ同じかもね。ストレスや免疫力なんかもそうだけど、人間の体調とかって心が大きく作用することってあるからね。
It's like you have to understand that I am what you would call a religious person. And so I actually believe that non-physically possible things can actually happen. But you have to say it's divine intervention. You can't just, make up... That's the only way, Well, it might be the same. It's the same with stress and immune systems, but the human condition can have a huge effect on the mind. That's also true, but that's because they're connected together.
朝のテレビの今日の占いって見ちゃうのよね。
That's why I can't help but watch today's fortune telling on the morning TV. You like placebo effects? You smile bashfully.
そんなわけで。
And that's why
レムリア遺跡から発掘されたこの女神像も解読文字からギリシア神話と同じような運命の女神と推測されているわ。
The state statues of the goddesses excavated from the Lemurian ruins are also presumed to be goddesses of fate, just like Greek mythology, based on the deciphered characters.
もしそれが事実なら、運命の三女神の神話はレムリアが発祥の地ってことになるかもしれないわね。
If that's true, then the myths of the three goddesses of fate may have originated in Lemuria.
ちなみになぜ女神像がここにあるのかというと、
By the way, as for why the goddess statues are here, why aren't they replicas?
過去のレムリア世界、未来を見据えた海底世界、それを現代に結ぶレミュー。この女神像はレミューのシンボルってわけね。
The Lemurian world of the past, the undersea world of the future, and the Lemu that connects it to the present. So the statue of the goddess is a symbol of Lemu. Okay.
ただの公園や街中にある謎のオブジェってわけじゃないのよね。
It's not just a park or a mysterious, it's not just some mysterious object in a park around town, is it? No, I'm sure there's some meaning to the park. And all the objects in this city. Or in the city. Well, I'm sure the objects in parks and around town have some kind of meaning too, probably.
そうだ、言い忘れてたけど、運命の化身の女神たちを誘惑して死の瞬間に糸を切らないようにできたら生命を引き延ばせるって言われているわよ。
Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you, but if you can seduce the incarnate goddess of fate and prevent them from cutting their strings at the moment of death, they say you can prolong your life. Okay. Plural and singular mix up there.
ほいじゃあ、女神さんをメロメロにすれば絶対絶命のピンチも切り抜けられるってことだよね。
In that case, if you make the goddesses fall in love with you, you'll be able to get out of this desperate pinch.
お、ここわかっているじゃない。
Well, let's get on that then. Coco, you know what I mean. Coco smiled proudly. Like, so who metaphorically, though, is... I can't really take, like, 3 female characters in the game and make them into 3 goddesses of fate, right? Like, there are actually 5 female characters in the game. Well, spoilers, there's 6. Not because Pee-Pee's a girl, I think it's a he, but, because 2 of the U's are not the same, actually. But, like, Takeshi can only pursue 2, really. I mean, Yu kind of confesses to him in the original at the end of the bad ending, but that's the bad ending. So you kind of say the bad ending is the Yu ending in some weird way. Maybe that's the new route they added. No. You can't be Sora. You can't really apply this to Sora because Sora's route ends in death. maybe Tsugumi. This metaphor doesn't really work. Like, this doesn't illustrate anything.
ご拝聴ありがとうございます。これにてお話は終了とさせていただきます。
Thank you for listening. This concludes our TED Talk. After finishing her long speech, you grabbed the hem of her skirt and bowed.
なかなか面白かったよ。
That was pretty interesting.
ブラーバブラーバブラビッシマ
I think that's supposed to be like bravo, bravo, bravissimo. Which is some Italian, fake Anglified Italian or something. Still, that's pretty impressive.
何が？
And she goes, what? Use knowledge. No, it's not. Really know a lot about medicine, mythology, and the occult, don't you?
ただ知りたいから調べてただけよ。
I was just looking into it because I want to know. I still think it's amazing enough.
短い人生なんだもん。なんかもったいないじゃない。
Such a short life. So, it's kind of a waste. Right, she says that really early here. Life is short, so it seems like a waste. You said that with a troubled smile. Cut to the next scene. Yeah, if I had to talk about... I don't even know if this whole three goddesses thing is even legit or something they made up for this game. If I were to talk about odd commonalities between mythology, I would talk about global floods. It might have been like a local flood in one of them, but the vast majority of the flood legends agree that it was global. Secular geographical history hates that. Secular, what do you call it? Natural history? Earth history? Whatever that term is coming to mind right now. There's a museum for it in DC. After that, the characters, I believe, the salaries. Yeah, the people, everyone went back to the break room. Okay, we're gonna... Lunchtime. I guess Bachi is lunch, not Hirugohan necessarily. This is where Sora said, no, we have to have Tsugumi miraculously heal before Sora can say it's worth it to try to fix the pump, which for some reason she'll just suddenly come up with, even though she could have said it before. This plot really strings you along. Why don't we all go see Tsugumi?
そうだね。僕もつぐみがどうしてるか知りたいし。
You'll find she's not there. Yeah, I want to know how Tsugumi's doing too.
私も容体の確認しなくちゃだしね。
I have to check on her condition too. Coco's proposal was sudden, but everyone agreed. Actually, she's awake now. But I wonder how she's doing. Well, they all know that, except maybe the kid. They've all seen her awake. I woke up. Well, you...
安静にしてなきゃならないのは確かだけど。
I mean, I would presume he would say that Tsugumi woke up because him waking up is nothing of note. It's true that she has to rest, but... I mean, she can walk with crutches, right? We don't have any crutches. Wheelchairs. I mean, well, I guess there's no point in worrying about that too much. It's not like it's going to heal quickly.
つぐみに何かあれば、空がすぐ知らせてくれるんじゃない？
If anything happens to Tsugumi, won't Sora let us know right away? Yeah, that's the thing. Yes, except they're gonna find damaged
そう
stuff.
だね。救護室の医療用コンピューターのデータはレミが常に監視してるはずだし。
Is there foreshadowing? That's right. Limit is always monitoring the data from the medical computer in the infirmary.
そのレミが何も報告してこないってことは、つぐみはちゃんとおとなしく寝てるってことよ。
If Limit hasn't reported anything, that means Tsugumi is sleeping soundly.
じゃあ安心だね。
Oh, that's a relief.
そうそう、心配ないピョロリーン。
Oh yeah. Don't worry. That's right, don't worry, it's fine. You're right. They have to like establish this before they walk in for some reason. Hey, by the way, Coco.
何？
What? What was the Biororine? Piororine at the end of that sentence? What does the ending Biororine mean?
ここが
Coco Go, right? Yeah. So, in case you're not aware of it, I'm aware of this. I hit the translate button so we can get the kanji. This go is a kanji you stick on the end of a word of a country or place to indicate the language of that place. So, but there are some weird exceptions to that. Like if you say, like England is Icarus, but English is a go. I don't know why it's not Icarisa go. I don't know why the Japanese has to be so weird like that. But like say, China is Chugoku, right? Chinese is Chugoku go. Nihon is, Japan is Nihon, right? Japanese is Nihon go. Germany is Deutsch. German is Deutsch go. So this is just like Coco go. Eh?
ここ語だよ。
It's Coco go.
ピョロリもあるよ。
Okay. Purorimo mo aruyon. I don't know what it means. Coco was always in high tension. I had to point that out because that's a very famous bit of English. High tension. It means energetic to a Japanese person. If you told me, an American, that I was high tension, then I would think I would know what you meant because, well, Americans generally know that when Japanese people say high tension, they mean energetic. So, but if you were ignorant of that for some reason, you would think that they would say you are stressed or nervous. You just be like, no, I'm fine.
花束でも持ってくればよかったかな。
Should I have bought a bouquet of flowers? Why are they like building this up so much? Hey, where are you going to get the bouquet of flowers? Well, there is a place somewhere in Wu that has flowers. We haven't got there yet.
女神像のあった場所にいっぱいあったからさ、少しぐらいいいかなって思ってさ。
They were in the place where the statues of the goddesses used to be, so I thought maybe a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot they're in the resting room. There were loads of them around the place where the goddesses statues were, so I thought it would be okay to have a few.
みんなが一緒に咲いているんだから、みんなと引き離したらダメぴょろり。
We're all blooming together, so you can't pull away from everyone else. Okay, this is going to be really hard to... They all bloom together, so don't separate them. Okay, I get kind of what she's trying to mean. The Pururi is going to give the machine translators a hard time. But it doesn't seem to be, so far. You would think it would.
ダメぴょろり
Dame Pururi? Yeah, I don't know. What does Dame mean? That's the... This means no? Okay.
きっと引き離された花は寂しいぴょろり。
I'm sure the flowers that have been pulled away will be lonely.
離れ離れになったらか。
They were separated, huh?
そうだね。一人だときっと寂しいよね。
That's right. I'm sure it'll be lonely if they're alone. Must be lonely when you're alone. Talking about Tsugumi when not talking about Tsugumi, I see. The boy looked like he was thinking about something.
しょうちゃん、どうしたの？
Sho-chan, what's wrong?
ううん、なんでもない。
As he's also talking about himself. Right? Because he doesn't remember anything about the people he interacted with before. They're kind of like everyone's a stranger to him. Double entendreing. No, it's nothing. Just as I was worried about the boy's expression, I was about to say something, we arrived in front of the infirmary. To cheer up the depressed boy, I cheerfully called out to Tsugumi first. Oi, Tsugumi yai. And Takeshi has to make a fool of himself by calling out to nobody. Maybe you don't like it, but we all barged in. Made a clicking noise. Ow!
病室はお静かに。
Stay quiet in the hospital room. Did you give him a head flick? Nah, you don't have to prod me with a... Gu. With a gu? Is a gu a rock? There's no need to poke me with your fist. How do you poke with a fist? It was on purpose, on purpose. Might be better for me to show a little bit of cheerfulness and stupidity. Let's see, turn switch to katakana, ba. Yeah. Maybe if I showed a bit of cheerfulness and silliness, she'd feel better. Silliness being written out in katakana as baka baka.
わざとどうだか
On purpose? I don't know. Which is kind of like, it's Tsugumi. No. Oh, maybe Coco could pull it off. There's a bit with that, but after that exchange, Coco and the boy overtook you and me to Tsugumi's bed. Fe?
あれ
Goes, uh-huh. The kid and Coco suddenly stopped. She's staring at the bed with her eyes glued on it. No way. Tsugumi's condition? Well, they're not screaming. Chasing my bad imagination, I ran over to the transport bed. Transport bed? Okay, there's nothing transport about it. There's a wrong kanji in there. Just the bed. Tsugumi! Tsugumi is not! The bed Tsugumi was sleeping in was completely empty. Not how the sheets like put back. The drained IV tube and heart rate measurement leads were casually thrown out. Tsugumi ran away?
まさか全治2ヶ月の重傷よ。動けるはずはないわ。
That can't be. It's a 2-month-long full recovery. There's no way she can move. Well, if she had a wheelchair or crutches or something. I mean, what do you mean? Just moving, period, you actually want them to move. Like, as soon as they can. It's very important. So you're saying someone kidnapped Tsugumi? There's no one here but us.
だけどそれにしたってレミはどうして気づかなかったの
Apparently there are people who took the cosmic whale, so apparently there is actually other people here, but even so, why didn't Lemay notice?
つぐみのデータはレミがずっと監視してたはずよ。異変くらい感知できたはずなのに。
I'm sure Lemay has been monitoring Tsugumi's data for a long time, even though she was able... And... Lemay should have been monitoring Tsugumi's data all this time and could have sensed anything unusual. Use eyes follow the heart rate readings. Huh?
あれ見て
Look at that. You point to the corner of the room. Huh? Computer no Kodo. Interesting. No, Computer no Kodo. The medical computer code, I guess cord, had been pulled out. And the display had been smashed to pieces. Why would you need to smash the display if you unplug it? Come on, Tsugumi, think. Uh, it didn't look like it was functioning properly. Yes, it was unplugged.
一体誰がこんなことを。
What on earth would do something like this? I don't know, maybe Tsugumi. I'd rather get involved with that. It's a weird phrase. I'd rather get involved with that. That's something I want to get involved in. Okay.
あれ何
It's like, knock yourself out, Takeshi. What's that? This time Coco found something. Okay, a lot of katakana here. Computer, no. Konsoru, so the computer's console. No, and then down. So it was down? Okay, I don't know how to do the rest of it though. Underneath the computer console. Oh, that's where it is. Okay, so it's computer no console no shita niwa. I believe is how you say that. Underneath the computer console, along with the bandages, was a long, thin white mass of some sort. And this is the weird part, because yeah, you grab crutches and leave, but you would usually keep wearing your cast. Up until now, it really hasn't been that weird.
これってもしかして
Could this be?
つぐみの足にはまってたギプスだよね。
So a kipsa is a cast? The cast was stuck on Tsugumi's leg, right?
そうね、間違いない。つぐみのだわ、これ。
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. This is Tsugumi's. Like, I think maybe the way she took the cast off, because she didn't have one of those saws where she literally, like, forcibly unbent her leg. But in the artwork for the original, it shows her putting it back on somehow. I always thought that was just lazy artwork design. Lazy artwork. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. This is Tsugumi's. Do like quad extension. Crack. So what? You mean she took off the cast, destroyed the computer, and then ran away? I tell her what I'm thinking. I can't believe it, but the situation tells me that. Yeah, again, it's like weird that she would punch the screen. I guess if you wanted to make him, because Tsugumi knows better than that, she just unplug it. Maybe like you could say, well, she was trying to make a statement or something.
本当にそうなの
Way to be a little bit more trolly about it. You can just like unsocket the CPU and stick it on the bed. Although, depending on how, you probably would need a screwdriver because to unmount the cooler. Really? Is that so?
ココがサンドを持ってきた時にはまだちょっと苦しそうにしながらベッドに寝てたんだよ
When Coco brought the sandwich, she was still in bed in a bit of pain, you know? But I can't think of anything else.
つぐみがあの足で歩き回れると思う？
You think Tsugumi can walk around on those legs? Or that leg?
あの体でベッドから動けるはずないのよ。傷だって下手したら開いちゃうし。
Well, I can tell you that I, Stagilator, can hop for a very long time. So if I have one non-functional leg, that doesn't mean much about whether or not I can move somewhere. Now, it would be painful because if you hop for a long time, or even a medium amount of time, like my heel, like your body's not meant to do that, right? So you start kind of jamming your hip and your heel, but you gotta push through the pain and keep going for a while. There's no way she can move out of bed with that body. Even her wounds would open. If she's not careful, the wounds might even reopen.
だいたい妙なのよ。コンピューターを壊したからって。いえ、壊したからこそレミや異常を知らせるはずなのに。
Besides, it's strange. Just because she destroyed the computer, no, it's because she destroyed it that Lemur should be able to tell that something is wrong. Right? And there's this coincidental other thing going on.
それにもし私たち以外の誰かがここに来てつぐみを連れ出したとしても必ず異常を知らせるはずよ。
Besides, even if someone other than us comes here and takes Tsugumi out, it would definitely tell us something is wrong.
部屋のセンサーが不審者に反応するはずなんだから。
The room's sensors are supposed to respond to suspicious people.
まさか神隠し。
It's like, well, but you can't trust Sora, though. Don't tell me she was spirited away.
そしたら
Then,
つぐみんどこにいるの？
well then, Tsugumi, where are you? Coco asked worriedly. You're right, Coco. It's not about why we didn't know, right? It's about finding Tsugumi first. You're right, Coco. Instead of asking why it didn't arrive, or whatever you mean, we should first look for Tsugumi. It's being translated wrong, but again, yeah, because this kanji is like got way more complicated than it needed to be. Why is it always like background like that? This, but it's not about figuring out why she disappeared. It's about finding her. If I'm not mistaken, there's a system called Life or Death, isn't there? Sora can track the searching for life forms, isn't there? Sora can track the exhibition location, life form's location, right? I'm sure there's a system called bio something, right? Oh, that's what it's supposed to be, okay. If it's Sora can track the location of life forms, right?
そうだったわ。空を呼び出してって。空もこの事態に気づかなかったのかしら。
That's right. Sora, I summon you. Wait. Sora didn't notice us either. Or Sora didn't notice this either. It's like, I'll summon Sora. Wait, Sora didn't notice this either. Something about summoning Sora. Muttering that, you headed for Lemiz terminal.
使えるかしらこれ。
Can I use this? The display on Lemiz terminal had also been destroyed.
システムは立ち上がるようだけど。
The system seems to be stopped. That seems about right, okay. The system seems to start up, question? You operated the panel and called out to the broken display. Sora, come out, please.
どうしましたか？
What's wrong? The display is broken and not displaying, but the terminal itself seems to be alive.
ソラ、大変なのよ。つぐみがベッドにいないの。どこにも見当たらないのよ。
Sora, the situation is tough, is stressful. Tsugumi has left the bed. We can't find her anywhere.
本当ですか？
Huh, really?
救護室のモニターシステムが繋がらないので、何かしら異常があるとは思っていたんですが。
The monitor system in the infirmary room won't connect. So I thought there was something wrong.
異常が分かってたの？知らせてくれればよかったのに。
Did you know there's something wrong? You should have let me know.
すみません。先ほどから強力な電波妨害により一部センサーが使えない状態でそちらの対応に追われ連絡が遅れました。
I'm sorry, I've been unable to use some of my sensors due to a powerful jamming in katakana. That's the pronunciation clarification there. From the radio waves for a while now. I've been busy dealing with that, and I haven't been able to contact you since. Jamming? Don't tell me a war has broken out. No way.
レミの応答もデータ上は特に問題はないようでしたので。
There didn't seem to be any problems with Lem's response, so...
レミが？それもジャミングの影響かしら。まあいいわ。それでソラ、すぐにこっちに来られる？
Lemme? Maybe that's because of the jamming. Well, whatever, Sora. Can you come here right away?
わかりました。至急そちらに向かいます。
So, wakarimashita translates literally to I don't understand, but for some reason, because Japanese people like to communicate indirectly, which is not a good thing, and they should stop with that. Anyway, it's like a denial. It's like saying, no, I can't. Sometimes, oh. That's wakarimasen. I feel stupid. Okay. So what I said is true about wakarimasen, but that was completely unrelated to this because she just said wakarimashita. Which is just I understood. Understood, I'll head there immediately. As soon as she said that, at the same time, Sora finished speaking. Sora appeared in front of you and me.
表示座標は大丈夫でしょうか？私はちゃんと見えてますよね。変なノイズが混ざったりしてませんよね。
Well, display coordinates be okay? I can't see it clearly. There's some weird noise mixed in, right? Sora frowned uneasily. You're fine, but what's wrong?
救護室の様子が私の目には見えていないので座標計算に不安があるんです。
Like accidentally is like standing like through a bed. My eyes can't see what's going on in the infirmary, so I'm worried about calculating the coordinates. Or like she's like standing like inside someone else.
反響センサーや熱源センサーで皆さんの位置はなんとなくわかるんですが、向きの微調整ができないので。
Or he's talking to you while always looking like 6 inches to the right of you. I can sort of tell where everyone is using echo sensors and mature origin sensors, but I can't adjust the direction, so... with echo sensor and ferromagnetic sensor. What? That's nonsense in this context. But I can't fine-tune your direction. Wait, so you'll miss your optic nerve? Is that what you're saying? It's pretty, like, a small target. If you miss that, yeah, you'll miss. So I don't know how you could... If things are not working, I don't know how you could actually recover, but whatever. It's true that Sora was talking while looking at a direction slightly off from me.
モニターシステムの不具合は徐々に回復しつつありますので、それまではしばらくお待ちください。
The malfunction in the monitor system is gradually recovering, so please wait a while until then.
音声の方はノイズがひどいので、救護室の音響システムを使っています。
Noise is terrible, so I'm using the infirmary's audio system. Okay, as opposed to the earbuds?
とにかく、つぐみを探してくれないかしら。生体察知って使える？
Anyway, could you look for Tsugumi? Can you use a biological search?
生きているセンサーが届く範囲内ですが、やってみます。レミューの全域に設定して生体サーチシステムを起動しますね。
It's within the range of the life force sensors, but I'll try. It is. I'll set it to the entirety of Lemu and activate the biosearch system. It's within the range of the living sensors, but... She's gonna say something, and then she's like, nah, I'll try it. Saying that, Sora put her hand on the Ms. terminal and began accessing it directly.
つぐみ、見つかるかな？
Tsugumi, where are you? I wonder if we'll find Tsugumi. We'll find her. Sora will find her.
そうだね。きっと見つかるよね。
You're right. I'm sure you'll find her. It's okay. Sora said there was a jamming or a glitch in the system. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll find her.
反応がありました。自動追尾の設定を追加しておきます。
There's been a reaction. I'll add the automatic tracking setting.
一部センサーに異常があったので修正に時間がかかりましたが、小町さんを発見できました。
Some of the sensors were malfunctioning, so it took some time to connect them, but I think I found Komachi-san. Where is Tsugumi right now?
海水加工生成プラント区画第2タンク内です。
On the second tank of the seawater processing refinery block. Is she alone?
はい。周辺にある生体反応は一人だけですが。
Yes, there's only one biological response in the area. Interesting. So Chammy's not there. It's interesting. In other words, Tsugumi wasn't taken out by anyone, but by herself? With a body like that? I mean, certainly something can serve as a cane. What do you mean? My emotions get worked up. Feeling of anger and worry well up in my chest at the same time. Baka Yaro. Tsugumi no person, right? Tsugumi will translate as like a better rendition of this, because That kanji should mean something. Okay. It's also saying that Tsugumi. But, like, what does that kanji mean? Guy. Tsugumi no guy. Tsugumi's kind of... This Tsugumi person. Something like that. Okay. Oddly, I noticed Baka is written here in hiragana, where I usually see it in katakana. And you go, well, maybe it's doing that because they wanted to put a small tsu, which seemed to have turned into a big tsu by the OCR, but the translator, no, it's still small, because this is a big tsu. It is smaller than a big tsu. Makes the K stronger, but you can do that with katakana too. I mean, it's harder to read because small tsu looks like a small Whatever. I headed to the what went wrong here? Oh. I need to remember what that kanji is. Anyway, you said some words, and then you suddenly broke out in a run. Google Translate won't help me because the kanji's wrong.
ちょっとクラナリ
A bit kurinari, which, as his abbreviation, is like chotomate, right? Even though you're leaving out the word that means the most, the wait word, I presume that's what that would be. Which would be like, wait a bit. Why did Tsugumi disappear from the infirmary? She's something you call a strong, independent woman, Takeshi. I presume you've heard of those. Was it because I made Tsugumi angry? Was it my fault? What am I supposed to apologize for?
とんだうぬぼれね
You're so conceited. That's right, if I apologize, she'll call me a hypocrite again. But even so, Relying on the display board, I arrived at the second tank in the seawater processing purification plant. Second tank out of mini tanks, it appears. Numerous tanks filled with liquid are lined up in a regular line. Whoops. According to the Sora's scan, Tsugumi should be here. Well, some time has passed. You had to run here. I searched for Tsugumi, taking care not to make any footsteps between the tanks. She'll probably be able to hear you anyway, Takeshi, doesn't matter. Like, you're not gonna out-stealth a teenage girl. Or a teenage girl with more life experience than a teenage girl. The reason I didn't raise my voice and look for her was because I was afraid of Tsugumi running away. Ita. Oh, which is there was. Afraid of her running away, but you don't think she can run, don't you? Do you? Tsugumi was there. She was standing there like a normal person. It's as if she's not seriously injured. Tsugumi tilts her head from time to time and peers at the other side of the tank as if searching for something. Which we know from Sora, that thing she's searching for is, in fact, not there. Tsugumi. Don't get jump scared. That's a problem I have, is that, so I don't do it intentionally, but I often walk, like I roll my feet, I walk quietly, right? Because I think it's like, good. I mean, no one wants to hear loud footsteps, right? That's annoying, right? So if I'm walking through an office block or some cubicles or something, or right through a hallway, I'm gonna walk in like a quiet fashion. If the hallway I'm walking through has like that thin carpet and is not like a tile floor, I can, whoever I'm walking up to won't see me coming, won't hear me coming. And then I won't like yell out really loud. I'll just be like, hello? Or the person's name. And they'll just jolt. I got it to like my boss at an internship that I had. Like every single time I talked to him. 100% of the time I like walked up to his office to talk to him, I startled him. I think it's been like such a thing that when his boss would walk up to talk to him, she would intentionally stomp her way up. Anyway. But I just don't do that, so I kept startling the guy. So if I were in this situation, Tsugumi would just get like every nerve in her body just like tingling. I call out to Tsugumi. Face goes frowny. Tsugumi's noticedly and slowly turned her face towards me. Okay, so she didn't jolt. That long hair, you notice the jolt because it would like ripple in the hair. Sorry for offending you earlier. Please forgive me. But Mina, which is everyone, it's true that everyone's worried about you, so please go back to the infirmary. Tsugumi was silent. She could like troll him or like just prank him, like, how am I supposed to do that? I have a broken leg. Are you well, okay?
別に。
Betsuni. Nothing. Okay. Nothing what? For some reason, Tsugumi took a cautious step back. She's gripping something, right? I can see the color of the grip. Okay. She keeps glancing at the tank behind her. Is there something there?
別に。あなたに関係ないでしょ。
Hey, nothing to do with you. The color of her grip increases? The intensity? The colors of the movement spread. Oh, wrong kanji. Something gets more intense. Offensive you. Oh my, no. Is there something behind you?
ないわ。
Just don't, right? No. Is that so? I casually tried to circle around to where I could see Tsugumi's back.
来ないで。
Don't come! Tsugumi turned her body to match mine.
近づかないでよ。
Stay away from me. Or just stay away. Tsugumi took a step back. She didn't seem to want to be behind me. Seemed like she didn't like being followed around. Or disliked being followed, or didn't want me back there, or whatever. I make a... So right leg... Turning slowly, protecting her right foot. Okay, just say right foot. I thought it would be the wrong foot. That's the issue. In the original, she like kind of pretends to limp, and she limps with like the wrong foot. But it is her right foot that gets injured, right? Even though I got that mixed up. She turned it back to me and suddenly caught my eye. What? She turned it back to me and suddenly her eyes fell on the palanquin in the room. I don't know what, I don't remember, okay. Then she let out a sigh of relief and exasperation. My agitation disappears until now. The anxiety she felt up until now disappears or something. Okay, she's like, oh, okay. Chami's out of sight. Okay.
どいて。邪魔よ。
Get out of my way. You're in the way. Then she looks ahead and starts walking as if to push me away and turns to head outside the room. Okay, her left leg catches my eye as she drags it a little. Okay. Her left leg is slightly dragging, which catches my eyes. Okay, so she drags the wrong leg. Tsugumi. Without thinking, I tried to put my hand on Tsugumi's. Without thinking, I tried to place my hand in Tsugumi's hand.
触らないでよ。
Don't touch me. There's a flash of light and my hand is brushed away.
邪魔だって言ったでしょ。
I said you're in the way. She stares straight at me, electrifying my discomfort. I like that, but it's not the right kanji. Then once again, she starts walking, dragging her left leg. Huh? Tsugumi's injury is her left leg, right? This... What's the meaning of this? "40 stitches of wounds, compound fractures, 2 months till full recovery." Wasn't her injury on her right leg? Hey, what's going on? That moment, perhaps because I was so upset, I put my hand on the hem of Tsugumi's skirt. So confused, right? At that moment, perhaps because I was so... Which is any wrong kanji here? Yes. There is one. Okay, so this one is... This one is wrong. Okay. So it's probably not upset. It's probably like curious or something. Confused. Then without a moment's hesitation, I lift my hand up high all at once and flip it inside out. Flip it and flip it. I raise my hand high into the air, and... Powerful slap brings me back to my senses. I may have been worried about Tsugumi, but what was I trying to do? When I came to my senses, I couldn't see Tsugumi. I could only hear the sound of footsteps passing through the corridor. Still worried about Tsugumi, but Tsugumi left in the direction of the corridor leading to the block that the others are using as for their base camp. Tsugumi must have gone to see everyone. Well, anyway, I'm confirmed that Tsugumi's safe, so I guess I'll go back to the others.
Kuranari-san.
Kuranari-san? Sora appears on the way back. Sora, what's wrong?
はい、小松さんは戻られたのですが、倉成さんが戻らないので様子を見に来ました。
Yes, Komachi-san has returned, but Kuranari-san hasn't, so I came to check on you. I see, Tsugumi's back. That's a relief for now.
普通に歩いて戻られたので、田中さんも目を丸くして驚いていました。
Tanaka-san's eyes widened in surprise at her being able to walk normally. I was surprised when I heard she was seriously injured too, but 2 months of full recovery must have been a machine misdiagnosis.
そんなことはないはずですが、 実際40針ほど縫いましたし、骨折の画像データもありますし。
I don't think that's true, but I actually showed about 40 stitches, and I have the image data for the fracture. Then what? Tsugumi either forced herself to endure the pain or miraculously recovered. Tsugumi trying to which kanji's wrong? Oops. Come on. I don't know. I can't. There's got to be one wrong because Google Translate is also saying lose weight by force. Like, so trying to lose weight or miraculously recovered. It shouldn't. In this context, it obviously shouldn't be lose weight, but.
痩せ我慢はないと思います。傷が開いてしまいますし、あの状態の足で歩くことは不可能ですから。
I don't think there's any need to hold back. Her wounds will open. And it's impossible for you to walk on your feet like that. Let's see here. I don't think she can endure the weight loss. Even same issue. Because the wounds will open up and it will be impossible to walk on her leg in that condition. Which means it's the latest advances in medical technology, lately for people who get surgery and get discharged immediately.
レム ARV は確かに最新の医療ロボットですが、さすがにそこまでの治療はできないと思います。
LEMARV is certainly certainly a state-of-the-art medical robot, but I don't think it can be treated that well. Can treat that well. And you can't make a robot that can treat that well. Maybe, I mean, the best you could do would be like inject stem cells, maybe, but it would still take time for them to differentiate into bone. If you do that, so you mean it's a miraculously recovery then?
田中さんが傷を見ようとしたら、ものすごく嫌がってましたし、再検査しようにも機器が破壊されてしまったので、詳しいことはわかりません。
Taka-san tried to look at the wound, but she didn't really like it. Even if I tried to re-examine it, the device was destroyed, so I don't know the details. Wait, she destroyed the LEM ARV. That's really dangerous. Didn't even consider it. When Taka tried to look at the damage, she was extremely hesitant. We tried to re-examine it, but the equipment was destroyed, so we don't know the details. She was really hesitant. What would that mean? Buzz off! I see, but Tsugumi's injuries seem to have recovered quite a bit, so I guess I'll just be happy. This is the brightest topic of conversation these days. Most positive news in recent times. And I couldn't translate it very well because I kept getting weight loss. I guess trying to do something with an injury that you wouldn't ordinarily do with that injury is called enduring weight loss. Sora and I continued our conversation as we walked. Anyway, Tsugumi, why'd she go to the second tank? Always the same. It's normal for her to act alone, though.
田中さんが言ってました。小町さんは何かしらのたやすく触れることのできない事情を抱えているって。
Tanaka-san said that Komachi-san is some kind of situation that she can't easily touch. Yeah, there are times when Tsugumi's words and actions feel something that the other people can't easily understand. Yes, there are times when I sense something in Tsugumi's words and actions that others can't easily understand. Called introversion. A situation that can't easily be touched. The reason Tsugumi had to act even if her leg was injured.
だからあまり踏み込んではいけない。本人に話す気がないのなら聞くべきではないって。
That's why you mustn't go too far. If you don't want to tell her, if she doesn't want to tell you, then you shouldn't ask her. Soka. Like, that's true. Maybe I've gotten too close to Tsugumi's domain. Into a territory she doesn't want me to enter, right? Or I don't want to enter. Maybe that's legitimate too. Circumstances and feelings she doesn't want me to know, right? Circumstances and feelings I don't want to be known. Probably it's that do not want to be known. You leave off the subject. That she doesn't want to be known. By context. I believe. That is why she is wary of me, hated me, and even hit me. Thinking about it that way, there was a part of her that naturally made sense.
小町さんは何者なのでしょうか。なぜここにレミューにいるのでしょう。
Who is Komachi-san, and why is she here in Lemu? What does that mean?
はい。小町さんの手術の時に参考にするためにスタッフの健康診断データを呼び出したのですが。
Yes, during Komachi-san's surgery, I called up the staff's health checkup data for reference, but...
小町さんのデータがないんです。それどころか、スタッフリストのどこにも小町さんの名前はありませんでした。
So she only cleared it because of the surgery for reference. Okay, that's something I didn't understand. The first time I translated this, I thought she just did it because she was curious. No. Okay, there's a reason for the queuing. For the queuing, there's no data on Komachi-san. On the contrary, Komachi-san's name wasn't anywhere on the staff list. Then what? Does that mean Tsugumi isn't related to Lemu? Or doesn't work for Lemu?
そうなりますね。
That's right. Or just a classification level above Sora's access. Tsugumi isn't part of Lemu's staff. If I remember correctly, when she introduced herself, she only said her name. Since she's strangely knowledgeable about Lemu, I assume that she was a staff member or someone involved.
あ、タケピョン、おかえり。
Oh, welcome back, Takepyon. Following Sora's lead, I returned to the break room when Coco greeted me. Oops. I looked around the room and saw Tsugumi. She was sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, drinking soft water. What's soft water? Soft drink, there we go. I don't see miso in there anywhere. Oh yeah, I do. Okay. That's interesting. There it is. There's the water. Okay, so we get where it gets that from. She must have noticed me because she turns away with a pout.
つぐみんね、もう足はなんともないんだって。治ったんだって。
Tsugumi said her leg is gone and she's healed. You mean her injury's gone? Tsugumi says there's nothing left in her leg and it's healed. Okay. The offline translator is like went to there's nothing left of her leg. Coco happily reported. Coco is most worried about Tsugumi. That must have been why she's so happy. Good for you, Coco. I'm sure it's thanks to the tuna sandwiches you made. Imagine it's actually how the plot goes. Like, you can write it that way. They mention like you're playing this remake after playing the original. You think, and you like, all this time you think Tsugumi has something called Curie syndrome, which allows her to heal really fast. And then it turns out at the end, in the remake, it's because Coco somehow did something to the tuna sandwich that imbued Tsugumi to be able to do that. It's like completely different. Coco smiled happily, blushing.
あれ?
And then she goes, huh? Suddenly Coco looked at me curiously.
タケピョン、どうしたの？ほっぺが赤いよ。
Okay, Takepyon, what's wrong? And then something about Kope. Your cheeks are forgiven. Wrong kanji, but like swelled, right? Your cheek is swelled. My cheek? I touched my own cheek. Ow. That's right, Tsugumi hit me with all her might.
ほう、確かにこれは見事なもみじだわ。
Yeah, it's true. That is a splendid I think it's like momiji, which I was probably some slang term for like slap thing. I guess.
Kuranariさんがどうしたんですか?
Well, he didn't get knocked out. So, I mean, I guess Tsugumi needs to work on her slapping. because you would have knocked him out. Which doesn't make any sense because you would think Tsugumi would be stronger. So I guess she just has bad technique. What happened to Kurinari-san?
もみじって何？
What is a momichi? I was wondering the same thing. Before I knew it, the outfielders had gathered around me. I guess that fits. Suppose Google Translate say. The outside world has started to gather. Okay, there we go.
すごいわね。ここまで立派なのって初めて見たわ。
Sugoi? Mr. Slapmark, the house Sugoi. I never seen anything so impressive. Okay, so maybe you couldn't do that. Yes, but if you slap someone the right way, they lose consciousness, so... Is it really that amazing?
すごいわよ、真っ赤っかで。5本の指が一本一本はっきりくっきりわかるもの。
It's amazing, it's bright red, and I can clearly make out a book with 5 fingers. Ipon. I don't know. I don't know if that can... Clearly see 5 fingers.
で、倉成、あんたつぐみに何したの？
Kurinari, what did you do to Tsugumi? Eh?
つぐみに叩かれたんでしょ？
Tsugumi hit you, didn't she?
さあ、白状しなさい。一体何をしたの？
Come on, come clean. What did you do? What? Why?
まあ、若い男女が二人きり。あたりに人影もない。
Well, it's just 2 people, a man, nasty man, and a woman, no one else around. Okay, well, Google Translate says, well, it was just the two of you, right? A man and a woman, and there was no one around.
そんなシチュエーションじゃ、欲求不満の倉成がハレンチな欲望に駆られたってのも無理からの話よね。
So you am going to make unreasonable assumptions that in this particular instance just happen to be true, but are still unreasonable assumptions. It's understandable that Kanura and Arby would be driven by shameless desires from frustration in a situation like that. What? In a situation like that, it's not surprising that the sexually frustrated Kurinari was driven by shameless desires. Hey, what are you talking about?
倉成、あんたがどんなバカなことしたかって話よ。
Kurinari, I'm talking about the kind of stupid thing you did. Kurinari, what kind of stupid thing did you do? And somewhere you'd be like, well, the context actually matters in this. Sugui was faking an injury with the wrong leg. Like, never has a chance to explain, though.
それで叩かれたんでしょ？
That's what hit you, wasn't it? Or that's why you got hit, right?
スカートをめくられたわ。
Tsugumi jumps in on the lack of context. He pulled up my skirt.
まあ、
Ma?
おへ？
そんな倉成さんが。
That Kurinari-san? Hold on, it's a misunderstanding. Hey, you. You're making a weird flow of conversation. That's not it. Making the one making the story flow in a weird way. That's not it. Look at Tsugumi begging for help.
だって本当のことじゃない。
But it's the truth.
倉成、あんたって。
Kuranari, you,
信じられません。
I can't believe it. Oh, you just wait. It gets worse. Well, that's true, but there's a back and forth between the two of us. I felt an unseen pressure. The air is heavy. I feel like it's hard to breathe. Oh, this is where he passes out. Maybe it's because I thought that, but my breathing becomes ragged. Ugh. No, it's really kind of painful, isn't it? My head's starting to hurt and I'm getting dizzy. Coco, you, the boy, and Tsugumi all seem to have trouble breathing.
ちょっとそら、至急、この部屋の酸素調べてくれない？
Oh, it's a fake out. There's like a different... Sora, could you check the oxygen in this room as soon as possible?
わかりました。
I understand. Flustered, Sora raised her hand to Lumina's terminal.
大変です。一酸化炭素濃度が上昇しています。急いでこの部屋から退避しないと危険です。
It's like stress! Bad. Carbon monoxide concentration is rising. It's dangerous if we don't evacuate this room quickly. Why? Or... What'd you say?
救護室に避難しましょう。
Let's take refuge in the infirmary.
あそこは独自の酸素循環装置が。
This place has its own oxygen circulation system. By the way, if you get carbon monoxide poisoning, you don't like start gasping like that. You just kind of like don't really realize anything is wrong. You just kind of fall asleep. Carbon monoxide is way more sneaky than this. Just as Yu was about to say that, she suddenly began to suffer and collapsed on the spot. Hang in there, Yu. Well, you're carrying Yu now. She really won't like that, would she? I hurried over to Yu. I'm gonna ask Tsugumi to do it so you don't like, get smacked by you. Tsugumi, I'll look after you. You take Coco and the others to the infirmary.
わかったわ。
Understood. Or fine. Okay. Tsugumi took Coco and the boy out of the room.
こんな時にこすなんて。
And a time like this, having a episode.
そこのカバンを取って、その中に。
Take the bag over there, and inside, yes, Sono no Nakani, which is inside of that. Without waiting for you to finish, I groped around for Yu's medication and pulled out a medication bottle. because I remembered Yu's episode in the control room. You okay with this? Or is this okay? I took a few pills out of the bottle and brought them to Yu's face. Yu silently picked up the 3 pills of medication from my hand, just the 3 of them, and swallowed them. Okay. Let's be selfish. Can you walk? Okay, hold on tight. Can you walk?
なんとか。
Somehow. Supporting you, I headed for the entrance to the break room. Everyone moved to the infirmary. When I entered the infirmary, I took a deep, deep breath. For the first time in my life, I never known the air could taste this good.
ありがとう、クラナリ。もう大丈夫だから。
Thank you, Karinari. I'm fine now. When I arrived at the infirmary, you stepped away from me. Taking the medicine seems to have calmed down the episode. Not you, of course. Coco, who had been worried, came running over to us.
ナッキュ大丈夫？まだ顔が赤いよ。
Okay, is you okay? And then, Nakio, are you okay? Your face is still red.
本当に大丈夫だから。
Wouldn't her face be like blue? I guess all the blood running back to her face could make it red. I'm really fine.
申し訳ありません。気がつかなくて。皆さんを危険な目に遭わせてしまいました。本当に。
Actually, don't your lips get red if you've got carbon monoxide poisoning? Well, anyway. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it, and I put you all in danger. Really. Sora apologized to us with a truly apologetic expression. Okay, talk about jamming. The jamming must still be affecting you. We're all safe, so don't worry about it.
だけど、どうして急に一酸化炭素濃度が上がったの？酸素循環システムはお釈迦だけど、施設内の残存酸素量には余裕があったんじゃなかったっけ？
Okay, come on, get to the point. We're never going to talk about pumps. But why did the carbon monoxide concentration suddenly decrease? Or increase? Suddenly increase, yeah, that's correct. Okay, I didn't read it. I read it wrong. The oxygen circulation system is, something or other. But didn't the remaining oxygen in the facility have room to spare and so on? The oxygen circulation system is broken, but wasn't there still plenty of oxygen remaining in the facility? Okay.
そちらについてですが、先日のメタンハイドレート区画のメタンガス爆発事故の際起きた火災により大量の酸素を失っていたようです。
Something about methane hydrate again. After that, during the methane gas explosion at the methane hydrate sector, or plant, block, the other day, which would have been yesterday, because it's yesterday at this point, there was a fire that caused a large amount of oxygen loss. You mean what? Then there's hardly any oxygen left?
ツバイトストック内ではそうなります。
That's what happened inside Zweite stock.
ですが、今いる救護室には独自の酸素循環装置があるので大丈夫です。
The room we're in now has its own oxygen circulation system, so it's fine. But there's only oxygen here, and there's food in Zweite stock, but there's no oxygen. Even if the infirmary is safe, there's no food here, so I have to get out of here and go look for food. Well, wear a gas mask. We'll wear like an oxygen mask to go look for food. If that's the case, there's always the invisible danger, a danger of carbon monoxide poisoning. That's right, the third floor is the oxygen in Dritte stock, okay?
はい。ツバイトストックとは分断されていたために、結果的に影響はありません。
Oh, can't we go down there with the AI elevator? But there's no food, like in that sector. They should be able to get to Dritte stock no matter what, at least somewhere on Dritte stock, because they can get to the place where the generator is. So they didn't think of before. Yes, it was separated from Zweite stock, so it has no effect as a result. Well, that's an awkward sentence, but I know what they mean. Like, it wasn't affected by the fire. In that case, even without the submersible, it might be better to consider moving to Dritte stock. Yeah, but they don't know the submersible's missing. They still think there's a submersible down there, don't they? I glance at Tsugumi. Fortunately, Tsugumi's injuries aren't a problem anymore. Yeah, wasn't there some sort of, like, blockage? Sora, about the transfer route to Dritte stock, have you made any progress?
まだ暫定ですが、候補となるプランがあります。
It's still temporary, but I have a candidate plan. That's fine. Why don't you explain?
モニターが破壊されているので、ビジュアルで詳細を説明することはできませんね。
The monitor is destroyed, so I can't explain the details visually. Come to think of it, for some reason Tsugumi destroyed the terminal monitor here. Like I said, Tsugumi again. Tsugumi turned away as if she understood what I was trying to say. Well, then, let's move to the control room. I look around at everyone for a moment. There's a high concentration of carbon monoxide outside the infirmary, and it's dangerous for and the break room has become painful because everyone was there. Right. It's dangerous to go with everyone. That's what I decided. Well then, could you walk over Coco and the kid?
わかったわ。
I understand.
たけぴょん。
Take-pyeon. Coco looked at me anxiously. Don't worry, it'll be fine.
でも、
But Coco told me that if I make the goddess fall in love with me, I can get out of this predicament. Weird thing to say in front of everyone else, but okay. Probably no, definitely we have a goddess. That's why we've been able to survive until now. Interesting. Is Blinkwinkle who he was referring to? That's why we won't die. Never.
そうだね。
You're right. Coco smiled at me. I smiled sweetly, apparently, and answered Coco's smile. Is that correct? I smiled and replied to Coco's smile. Then I left the room. And we're not going to say what Tsugumi's doing right now for some reason. Even though she's actually coming with me, but... What I told Coco was nothing more than a consolation. But maybe I wanted to believe it. That such a goddess is watching over me from up close. Or far. Or... That such a goddess is watching over us. As soon as we arrived at the control room, Sora headed for the terminal. A three-dimensional structure map appears on the monitor that we cannot see. Oh,
プラン
we
と
can
して
see.
は浸水した通路の海水を排水し通れるようにするというものなんです。
Okay, we can't see it, but it's not annotated with the plan, so kind of useless. The plan is to drain the seawater from the flooded corridor so that we can pass through.
現状水没している E 通路の海水を排除できればドリットシュトックへのルートが確保できます。
As things stand, if we can eliminate the seawater in the submerged passage, we can secure the route to Drittestock.
ですが排水ポンプを起動させるシステムにつながるケーブルが断線しているために遠隔からでは作動させられないのです。
However, because the cable connected to the system to activate the drain pump is disconnected, it cannot be activated from a distance. Oh, okay, I see. So my comparison notes I wrote, Takeshi went to fix the pump, which was just simply to turn the pump on, and I was confused. No, that really is what he needs to do. He needs to go turn the pump on, because there's nothing wrong with the pumps. It's just that the cable going to them is broken, so you can't turn them on remotely, but you can turn them on in person. Okay. Yeah, Google Translate says, however, the cable that connects to the system that starts the drainage pump has been cut, so it cannot be activated remotely. In other words, we just need to activate the pump directly, right? There happens to be an override that allows you to do that.
そういうことになりますが、
Conveniently.
本当の問題はポンプ室へ向かうルート上にあるんです。
That's how it is. But the real problem is on the route to the pump room. What's the problem?
ポンプ室へのルートは2つほど候補があるのですが、ケーブル断線や外界センサーの機能不全により詳しい状態が把握できないんです。
There are about 2 possible routes to the pump room. About 2? There just are 2, right? But due to cable disconnection and failure of external sensors, we can't get a detailed grasp of the situation and conditions. Does that mean we don't know anything more than this? Why would it take her so long to figure this out? So does that mean that we don't know anything more about it? It's like, why would Sora... Maybe Sora was trying to figure out more and just failed.
つまり行ってみないとわからないってことね。
In other words, we don't know until we go. Why is there a question mark in the speech bubble when it's clearly Tsugumi's voice actor? Like, what's with that? Takeshi would have known who said that because she would have known which direction the voice came from. I turned around to see Tsugumi standing there, leaning against the wall. Yeah, he should have known that she was there. Of course, they tried to make it so like the reader wouldn't know where Tsugumi was going. But, of course, I read this before, so that didn't work. Tsugumi.
何よ、私が言っちゃ悪いの？
What? Is it wrong for me to be here? Yes, you're literally using up my oxygen. It's not like that.
まあいいわ。それじゃ。
Well, whatever. See ya. Tsugumi's about to leave the room. Oh, wait, where are you going?
どこだっていいでしょ。
Does it matter where? Doesn't matter where, does it? Yeah, it does. You're going to go to the pump room. I thought Tsugumi was lying. After watching Tsugumi's actions up until now, I can more or less tell. You're going to the pump room, aren't you? Silence speaks to the affirmation. The whole, I take that as a yes. The corridor connecting to the pump room has no external sensors. That means there is some kind of accident there. Tsugumi seems to have recovered quite a bit, but she was injured yesterday. Going to a place with a body like that where you don't know what kind of danger is lurking is too reckless. Okay, let's see if we can get rid of that stuff. Subject, Tsugumi, object. And so this is funny because Google Translate doesn't understand that this is the beginning of a sentence. They haven't put the verb in. And if you don't put the verb in, because I got rid of the dashes because they can mess with things, which indicate that that's true. The dashes indicate that's true. If you don't put the verb in Japanese, it implies des. So it just says, I am Tsugumi. But I know what's going on here. I as a subject, Tsugumi object, verb. Or I tell Tsugumi to. Whoops. I somehow like got rid of that window. Bring it back. Okay. So we have stop, right? Okay. Discriminator didn't work there. Okay. The top one is stop her. The bottom is don't stop her. Oddly, it looks like I've chosen both of these before, which is interesting. But I would try to because I had a hard time translating this. That's why I chose both, because I didn't know which one was which. If I remember back like a year ago, when I was playing this the first time, I think what happened is, I just couldn't translate this well. So I picked the opposite one that I wanted, and just a few lines in when I realized that, I switched. And the reason why I picked don't stop her, it was not because I was trying to like think Takeshi was wise and that was the right... No, I picked stop her, okay. And I didn't think because Takeshi was thinking and that was the right decision to stop Tsugumi. I did it because I was trying to get into Sora's route, right? But here I'm trying to spend as much time with Tsugumi as possible because I'm trying to get into Tsugumi's route if I haven't gotten into it already, I don't know. And so I want to not stop her. And so I'm going to pick the bottom one, which is how you pronounce the stop kanji. I forgot. I've seen it before because I'll just look it up. Meinai. Stop. Whoops. Kana mode. Okay, I take the first one. Tome. So, Tome Nai. Let's see if I do. Meinai. Yeah, it's Tome Nai. Okay, Tomeru and Tome Nai. So I gotta do Tome Nai. I didn't stop her. The infamous stop compare thing. Google Translate says, I didn't stop. No, I didn't think I could stop her. Tsugumi always takes the initiative by herself. Like, I would think this would be the right choice if you're trying to get Tsugumi points, but the thing is, like, it's oddly like the wrong think, because we know from picking the other choice in the past that you can actually stop her. So this reasoning is completely wrong, which makes it seem like a wrong choice. Makes me a bit nervous about this, but okay. Why can't I keep the translation window alive? Come on, exist. During the generator, and during the methane. Okay. In the case of the generators and in the case of the methane explosion.
私はただ
Okay. I can't get it. having a window foreground background problem. Okay, this might cause me all kinds of problems throughout. I just...
ただ死にたかっただけ。
Okay, I'm gonna do to try to help with this, I'm gonna do a big drag. Try to make it really big. So if it goes into the background, I have less issues. Or fewer issues, okay. I just wanted to die. But Tsugumi said something contradictory. If you do something contradictory, Tsugumi has her reasons. I mean, she spoke screened you, yes. There's a situation I can't easily touch. Most likely, once you understand the situation, your perspective will change and contradictions won't be contradictory. I stare at Tsugumi, trying to figure out what the answers to Tsugumi's eyes transmutation. What does that mean? Searching for an answer in her eyes. Tsugumi averts my gaze. And then she left the room. I tried to follow Tsugumi.
大丈夫みたいです。小町さんは救護室へ向かっているようです。
It looks like it's okay. Komachi-san seems to be heading for the infirmary. Oh, I see. Interesting. It doesn't change it. Did Tsugumi understand how I felt? I want to believe I got through. Well then, Sora, I'm going to go. Well, Sora, I'm off for a bit. Okay. I'll say that's for a bit, but okay. He's not going to be off for a bit.
それでは私はここの端末にアクセスしながら倉成さんをサポートします。
Well then, I will support Koronari-san while accessing this terminal. Yeah, I'm counting on you. Support me.
はい。
Yes. I waved goodbye to Sora and left the room. So yes, we are going alone. There isn't a way to do it with Tsugumi. Okay. I hurried onward, remembering the direction Sora had told me. I'm not suffocating at the moment. The carbon dioxide, or monoxide, or something oxide, concentration doesn't seem to exceed the danger level. I think, yeah, carbon monoxide is sneaky. If you do just fill it, if you do fill, like, the room with carbon dioxide, though, that is going to feel like really, like, you've held your breath too long. That's going to be really uncomfortable. Before long, the first fork in the road came into view. I think they put down dogs like that. They put them in this chamber and then they fill it with carbon dioxide. However, I would think that that would be really uncomfortable for the dog. Uh, was it right at first? Left? Oh, was it left at first, or was it right? The right kanji got turned into a da. Like, oh, it just got eliminated. It just got completely erased. Okay. Was it left first or is it right? Or is it right first or is it left? Sorry. Crap, I can't remember. When I was on my way and I was about to be at a loss.
黒成さん、聞こえますか？黒成さん。
Kurenari-san, can you hear me? Sora's voice rang out. Soshite, which is, and then. Suddenly, a small monitor appeared in front of me displaying Sora. And it would not be the sprite. I know they made the sprite kind of transparent, but it wouldn't be a sprite. It would be like in the background. Oh.
黒成さん、今の悲鳴は一体何があったんですか？
Kurenari-san, what was that scream just now? Sora, through the monitor in front of me, calls out to me with concern. It's nothing. Don't worry, I was just a little surprised. Sora gave me a puzzled look. So this is what you mean by support. Still, it's amazing that Sora can do this.
レミュー内の私はあくまで一人ですが、端末の通信を使うことでこんなことができるんです。
I'm the only one person in Lamu but I can do this using the communication on the terminal. I'm supposed to act like only one person. I'm just one person inside Lamu by programmatic restriction. By using the terminal's communications, I can do things like this.
ご一緒できればいいのですが、近くに端末がない場合はシステムへのアクセスに若干のタイムラグが出てしまいますので、この方法を取りました。
It would be nice if I could join you, but if there are no terminals nearby, there will be a slight time lag in access to the system. So, something happens. Oh, I'm chopping the text off. That's what's happening. So I took this method. Where's the thing? And there's a bunch of junk. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay.
そう言っていただけると嬉しいです。
Double whoops. Okay. Takeshi says... Oh. I don't want to adjust the OCR though, because that's like, then I have to reset the thing. No, but I can see Sora's face, so I'm relieved. Okay, I'm gonna be content with that. Even though I really should adjust it. If I was being really, like, good about this, I should adjust the stuff. But I'm not. This is also off. There we go. Because then I don't want to adjust it back. Maybe a little bit. Maybe. Oh, I can't actually see it on the console, the difference. Oh, that's interesting. I'm happy to hear you say that. It's true. Even now, I was wondering if I should go right or not. Go right or left. Yeah, my settings. I just whacked my settings. Choose file. Okay. Hopefully that helps.
それでしたら、今の倉成さんのいるポイントからですと、その先の道は左ですね。
In that case, Kuranari-san's whereabouts start with the points. And the path ahead will be left. But everything's all messed up. Okay. It didn't. I tried loading the settings data and it didn't load. There we go. In that case, it's from... Oh. The point where Kuranari-san is now, and the path ahead is... is left. I don't know why left just gets deleted. It's like literally just deleted out of the text. Okay. She says go left. Thanks, you saved me.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome. And so I continued on, relying on Sora's navigation system.
ここの一酸化炭素濃度は 0.01% です。
Carbon monoxide concentration here is 0.01%. It looks like I'll be okay.
いいえ、そんなことはありません。0.03% でも激しい頭痛を引き起こします。
That's not true. Even 0.03% causes severe headaches.
0.1% で中毒死してしまいますから。
You'll die of addiction, basic asphyxiation, if it's 0.1%. Wow, carbon monoxide is terrifying.
倉成さん、
Kuranari-san, what? What's wrong, Sora?
この先の通路を直進すれば、その先にポンプ室があります。
If you go straight down the corridor ahead, you'll find the pump room at the end. I see, that was a surprisingly easy victory.
ですが、この先はケーブルが断線しているので、詳しい状況が把握できません。
The cable's disconnected, so I can't get a detailed grasp of the situation. That means this is where the real battle begins. I braced myself. The path in front of me is blocked by a hatch. I don't know what's going on the other side of this door right now. Until I see it with my own eyes. I gingerly put my hand on the open and close lever. And then I open the hatch. I tried to peer down the passage, but the lights were off inside, and I could see the fluorescent display boards floating in the darkness. Looks like there's no flooding. There doesn't seem to be any toxic gas. Huh? Leaked oxygen does not appear to contain any toxic gas. What does that mean? How could oxygen can... Anyway, they're talking about toxic gas. Noise mingles with Sora's voice. From here on out, we won't be able to communicate due to the disconnection, so please be careful. Thank you, Sora. I stepped into the corridor. After a while, static ran through the monitor, floating in the front of me until now, and then disappeared. After a while, the monitor that had been floating in front of me started to fill with static, and then disappeared. Okay. Relying on the fluorescent display board, fluorescent display boards, I carefully walked down the dark passage one step at a time. At this rate, if nothing happened, the pump room should be in sight soon. But we're going to see something. I forget if we see a blockage and then we have to detour, or we see we see the electricity problem, we detour, but the detour doesn't work, we have to go back to solve the electricity problem. But what I see in front of me is a hatch blocking the way ahead. I carefully bring my hand close to the open and close lever. Sweat runs down my cheeks, probably because I'm nervous. And then slowly, I grip the lever. Achoo. Like a sneeze. Oh, hot. The open and close lever is hot. I hastily pull my hand back. Now you just spit and throw it on the door. I thought I got burned in an instant, but it didn't seem that hot. Okay. I did. I thought I might get burned instantly, but it didn't seem to be that hot. You could dilute the heat by opening it, but when I pay attention again, I can feel the heat radiating from the entire hatch. The hatch is closed, so I don't know what's going on the other side. On the other hand, I can't even open it at this rate. Use your shirt like a pot holder. It's the same as the generator room.
確かに人間、400度の水蒸気の中じゃ、大やけどじゃ済まないもんね。
It's true that humans don't get seriously burned in 400C water vapor, don't? I remember use words. That's right. I think it seems best to avoid this path. Or would get seriously burned. Maybe they do get seriously burned at 400C. Come to think of it, Sora said that there were 2 routes to the pump room. They're still away. I guess I'll give you what you want. Wrong kanji happened, but I'll ask for the other one, basically. I advised myself not to continue down this route and turn back. As soon as we passed through this, I passed through the hatch, the dark section. The navigation mode Sora, or Sora Navi for short, revives.
倉成さん、大丈夫でしたか？
Kurenari-san, are you okay? As you can see, I'm Pin.
よかった。心配しましたよ。
I'm glad. Thank goodness I was worried. Thanks for worrying about me, Sora.
いえ、そんな。
That's I thanked her. Sora in the monitor somehow looked like she was blushing. But it doesn't look like we can pass through this passage.
何があったんですか？
What happened? The hatch at the end of the corridor was closed, but the hatch was crazy hot. Is there water vapor on the other side of the hatch, like in the generator room?
このブロックには蒸気を生み出すような高温の熱源になるようなものはないはずなのですが。
There shouldn't be anything in this block that can be used as a high-temperature heat source to produce steam, but...
他に可能性があるものは。
Any other possibilities?
わかりました。加工プラントの熱排気管が近くを通っています。
Understood. The heat exhaust pipe from of a processing plant, we don't know what plant it is, passed nearby.
おそらく熱排気管に亀裂が入り、通路に熱い空気が漏れ出したと思われます。
It's believed that there was a fissure in the exhaust pipe, and hot air leaked into the passageway. Is it that hot?
加工プラントからは離れてますから、多少温度は下がっていると思いますが、プラントの消費エネルギーから逆算して、 だいたい200度前後くらいになります。
Oh, what the... Do this. It's far from the processing plant, so the temperature should be a little lower. But if we calculate backwards from the plant's energy consumption, it'll be around 200 degrees centigrade. (200 degrees). Not quite boiling. Isn't it? Oh, it's Celsius. Okay. Isn't it hotter than boiling water? I'm an American. Celsius always weirds me out. If I had opened the hatch carelessly, something terrible would have happened. Just close it again. It's like opening a 200°C oven. You ever opened the oven before? With it on? Good grief, I sighed in relief. Let's go the other route, Sora. Lead the way.
はい。
Yes. The other route is a detour through the general area.
この階段から一般エリアに上がってください。
Please go up these stairs to the general area. I presume that's the area that's like non-employees only. Ah.
この先を直進です。
Straight ahead. Ah.
外周に沿ってしばらく左に進んでください。
Please follow the outer perimeter for a while. Ah. This is like the ring. Guided by Sora's navigation system, I move on. Pochstona. They have a straight passage. Then, while opening a number of shutters, I moved on.
もうすぐアンノーンエリアに入ります。
We'll be entering an unknown area soon. Unknown? Question?
原因は不明ですが、外部センサー類のすべての反応がない。つまり、私の目が見えないエリアです。
I don't know why, but there's no response from any external sensors. In other words, my eyeless area. Blind area. Maybe it's like being blindfolded.
そんな感じですね。
Something like that. But very locally. The image is messed up. Is there trouble?
まだアンノーンエリアには到達していませんが、何らかの原因で映像信号が影響を受けているようです。
We haven't reached the unknown area yet, but for some reason the video signal seems to be affected. Influence. The interference interferes with the radio waves? Jamming?
いえ、そちらの件はもう収まっているはずです。
Jamming's the radio? No, that would be settled by now. No, that should be settled by now. Anyway, it seems to have something to do with the cause of the blindness.
そうですね。
That's true, isn't it? Oops. What kind of accident happened? Now, if your radio interference is happening, that means it's still happening. Right?
倉成さん、アンノーンエリアに入ります。どうかお気をつけて。
Kanari-san, we're entering the unknown area. Please be careful. Oh. As soon as I answer, the noise gets louder and the image cuts off. The shutter stands in front of me. Or shutter stands in front of me. The cause of the interference should be up ahead. I still myself and press the open close button. It's a button instead of a lever here, I guess, because this is the general area instead of the staff area, which means you get less warning. Pochito. Bluish white light flickering fiercely blinds me. The roar of the air trembling is deafening. In front of my eyes, tremendous bolts of lightning were flying, and lightning was bursting. Ah. Even now, it looks like spark of pale lightning is coming at me. I instinctively take a step back. Whoa. No, there's no whoa. That just came from that circle thing, but, you know. It made sense for some reason to me. The smell of burning vinyl fills my nose. Biniru. I guess biniru is vinyl. Panicking, I press the open and close button. It's impossible to break through here. I hastily turned back the way I came. Of course, I'm scared of that.
倉成さん、大丈夫でしたか？
Kurinari-san, are you okay? Sora? Maybe it's because I was scared, but I couldn't help but reply with a strange tension. Or excitement. It seems we've made it through the radio interference zone. I made it through the radio interference zone without realizing it. As you can see, I'm pin. Even I could tell my voice was stiff.
倉成さん、本当に大丈夫ですか？
Kurinari-san, are you really okay? I'm okay. Sora was looking at me worriedly through the monitor. I take a deep breath and then in and then out and then in. I don't know what the translator's doing here. I take a deep breath and then exhale. Okay, so now exhaling is putting it in, but whatever. I'm gradually calming down. Sora, I'm really fine this time. Answer with a smile to reassure Sora. That is why. Okay, so it skips an explanation. After calming down, I tell Sarah at the end of the corridor was emitting tremendous electrical discharge.
倉成さんが目になってくれたおかげで、おおよその状況を把握することができました。
Kanari-san, thanks for being my eyes. I was able to get a rough grasp of the situation.
おそらく通路の天井に通っているプラント用の高電圧ケーブルが切断され、それが放電の原因だと推測されます。
It's likely that the high voltage cables for the plant running through the ceiling of the corridor have been severed, and that's what's caused the discharge.
外部センサーの不通や通信障害は放電現象が引き起こしたものですね。
Or just the insulation on them. The failure of external sensors and communication problems are caused by the discharge phenomenon.
これも倉成さんのおかげです。ありがとうございます。
This all thanks to you, Kuranai-san. Thank you very much. No, you like to thank me. I haven't been able to go to the pump room yet, and it's like I ran away with my tail between my legs.
そんなことはありません。倉成さんの情報のおかげで、私は対策を考えることができるようになりましたし。
That's not true. Thanks to Kuranai-san's information, I can think of countermeasures. Yeah, then we'll have to do something about the discharge first. Simply turning off the lights isn't enough?
はい。以前の停電の時もそうでしたが、電力供給システムに何らかの不具合があり、こちらからでは操作できないんです。
Yes, it was the same with the great electricity before. You mean electricity leak before? But there's been some kind of malfunction in the power supply system, so we can't operate it from here. Okay, just the same as the previous time. Okay.
ですが、通路自体は絶縁構造になっているので、放電箇所さえ避ければなんとかなると思いますが。
However, the passage itself has an insulated structure, so as long as we avoid the discharge point, we should be able to manage. Well, what does that mean? It wasn't just a insulated structure. It seemed like electricity was running through the entire passage. I'll take that, fine. Even so, we have no choice but to go through there. Is there a completely insulated substance? Is there such thing as a completely insulated... Okay, so what turned into Osago? Yeah, that did. Probably substance where no electricity passes through.
残念ながらありません。
I'm sorry, but I don't have that. Is there anything else we can use to substitute, like rubber or something? See, like a suit of rubber? The thing is, so that's an interesting question. So if you're in a place where there's a whole bunch of, there's just these big potential differences all around. And so you get these big dielectric breakdowns of air, right? You don't want to stand in there because you could make one of these, make a distance short. You could get a dielectric breakdown that sends a bunch of current through you. If you were to wear a rubber suit, would it take a greater voltage to do a dielectric breakdown of that rubber than it would be to just go through air? I wouldn't think so, because rubber's gotten more, it's denser than air, so can't you rip through it easier? I don't know if that would help. Interesting. Whatever.
備品として登録されているものはないですね。絶縁物質が埋め込まれたプラントを壊して中の部材を取り出すということくらいしか。
I'll have to, maybe I'll look that up later. There's nothing registered as equipment. All we can do is destroy the plant with the insulator embedded in it and take out the components inside. Okay, yep. Google Translate says the same thing. I mean, if you have a car, I've seen pictures, right? The path to the ground typically goes through the car because the car, it's like kind of like lightning rod, right? It's a conductor that sticks up above the ground, so it's like a path of least resistance. It tends to dielectric, but you end up in issues when you get to the rubber tires, right? I've seen pictures that show it like sparking from the rim of the wheel, typically a steel wheel when this happens, to the ground, bypassing the tire. So if I take that as anything to go off of, the current will prefer the air over the rubber. Not really that intuitive, though, because there's just more electrons to rip in the rubber. But I don't know. Maybe like packs a bunch of states together, and so you get like you don't have any like the poly exclusion really gets in your way more so in the rubber or something. So yeah, I don't know if this works. What they're going to do is they're going to put in distilled water, which is immediately going to get contaminated with all kinds of salt and stuff once Takeshi gets in it. But we'll just ignore that. So it's got like salty body, right? Would that dielectric breakdown, like you'd spark through it? You go, well, it wouldn't conduct through until Takeshi contaminates it. Yes, but it could break down. Like an insulator can like have the electrons literally like ripped through it. It's dangerous to pull out materials that don't conduct electricity. We don't have enough oxygen. So I wonder if there's going to be a tool. If there's a tool to destroy the plant. And do we really? Oh, and do we really have tools to destroy the plant? The toolbox I used the other day was left behind during the accident, so it's in the bottom of the water, right, in that pipe room. In that case, wait, water? Plant? Won't run electricity through it? In my head, I felt like these three key words were connected by lines.
その水は純水。不純物をほとんど取り除いた純度の高い水です。そこからさらに純度を高めた超純水と呼ばれる水も生成しています。
The water is pure water. It's pure water that removes most of its impurities. It's also refined to what's called ultra pure water, which is even purer.
不純物を含まず電気を通さない水ですから用途も広いのです。
It's water that doesn't contain impurities and doesn't conduct electricity, so it has a wide range of uses. That's right, it's pure water. You just need to use pure water.
純水ですか?
Use pure water? Didn't Sora say that pure water doesn't conduct electricity? So all I have to do is dissolve pure water, fill pure water, put pure water into the passage, and then swim through it. So is there any way to for Sora, is there any way to draw pure water into that corridor?
スプリンクラーの配管を操作すれば可能です。
It's possible by operating the sprinkler plumbing.
消火用のスプリンクラーは水源の接続変更が可能ですし、安全策として独自の制御システムを持っていますので、アンノーンエリアでもこちらからの操作は可能です。
The firefighting sprinklers can change the water source connection, and as a safety measure, they have their own control system, so they can operate from be operated from here in the unknown area. Conveniently. How long will it take to get ready?
5分ほどあれば大丈夫です。
I'll be fine in about 5 minutes.
ですが、水路の全長が約30メートルもあります。現在の純水タンクの残量では水深150センチが限界です。水温も10度くらいしかありません。
I found how to deal with it not just running out. Like you have to running out when he opens the hatch. So like you have to put Takeshi in there first before you start filling it. It's like it's contaminated like right away. However, the total length of the corridor is about 30 meters, and the correct amount of pure water tanks is limited to 150 centimeters deep. The water temperature is only 10 Celsius. The total length of the passage is 30 meters. With the amount of water remaining in the pure water tank, the water depth can reach 150 centimeters, which is about 5 feet. Not terrible, unless you worry about it dielectrically breaking down. The water temperature is only about 10 Celsius, which is 10 Celsius times 180 over 100 is 18 Fahrenheit. So that's 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which, yes, that will kill you. I mean, that's what, like, Brian Shaw. I'm not sure, he might do some 50C, but somewhere around, like, okay, someone who does even, like, Juji Mufu, someone who does even colder ice baths, right, would set their ice bath to. Um, but with, you don't really, like, you only stay in your ice bath for 5 minutes at most. I don't know, maybe. I don't ever heard anybody dying in an ice bath. But if you just get like chucked into 40C water, you can't just swim to like you get. It's dangerous. It's why you die if you jump off the Titanic. Well, there's two reasons. One is the life jacket breaks your neck, and then the second one, because they're poorly designed, and the second one is you jump into this cold water that gives you hypothermia, and sometimes the cold shock will just knock you out. And if the life jacket doesn't break your neck, it knocks you out, so you end up unconscious, and then you just drown. And if you don't end up unconscious, you get hypothermia. Sora looked at me anxiously. Okay, come on. Isn't it deep enough to dive deep enough? Because I swam about 40 meters in high school without a breather, you know. Without breathing. It's a piece of cake, right? And the temperature is totally warmer than cold swimming. 40 meters is a long way. I did 25 yards, I believe, when I was a little kid. But I was a little kid, so today I could do a lot more. Well, and it was before I was in high school. If I was in high school, I could probably do a lot more as well. I said brightly as to not worry Sora. Even so, the unease didn't disappear from Sora's face.
ここは地上とは違います。それにヘリウムガスが。
This place is different from the surface. And there's helium gas. Sora, I appreciate the concern, but will you support me here?
応援ですか?
Are you cheering me on? Kinda. More like I just want to do this and not think about it, so don't make me think about it. Yeah, men can do pretty much anything with the support of cute girls. I quietly waited for Sora's reply.
わかりました。
Understood.
倉成さん、頑張ってください。
Kuronari-san, do your best. Sora said with a smile. Hey, leave it to me.
私、信じてますから。
I believe in you. But that smile looked like it could burst into tears at any moment. I made my way through or just to the unknown area. Or through the first part, at least. I head for the discharge passage. Or the discharge passage. In the meeting, 2 minutes from now, I'll enter the discharge corridor and close the shutters. Or according to our discussion. Something like that. Then, 10 seconds later, Sora activates the sprinklers and water fills up in 5 minutes. So he just stands at the entrance, hopes he doesn't get discharged through. Then I swim to the edge of the passage. Then I dive and swim to the end of the passage and open the shutter. And I get swept out. That's all. And what if the floor of the passage is really dirty too? Like, this doesn't work in real life, people. I stood in front of the shutter. I checked the time on my phone. The sprinkler will activate in 40 seconds. Ah. Take a deep breath and ready myself for battle. Then I press the open and close button. Pochito. Pochito na. Once again, as if my vision and hearing were being robbed. Without flinching, I press the open and close button. With this, our escape route is blocked. I look up to the heavens. Would be the ceiling, but you know, whatever. And then, like a waterfall, a cold rain began to fall. Waterfall? Gee, that's dramatic. Sora... Wait, 32 plus 18 is 50, isn't it? Why did I say 40? $50 seawater, not 40 seawater. It's still dangerous, though. You can get hypothermia in 60 seawater. Sora activates the sprinklers as planned. At the blink of an eye, the passage is flooded and then the water fills up. My whole body was drenched, and I continued to watch the slowly growing supply. I'm already submerged up to my knees. The amount of water keeps increasing. Exposed to the cold water, my body begins to tremble. When the sprinkler stopped raining, the water had reached my neck. We're using this background for some reason for that. I turned my face upward to look up at the invisible heavens and began to take a deep breath. Doing some lung packing. It is true, you hold your breath longer if you hyperventilate beforehand. I don't know why. Like oxygen seeping into every corner of my body. That's not a personal experience thing. That's from a biology teacher in high school thing. Then, as if curling up, I sank in all at once, stretched my body out in front of me, and kicked the shutter with my foot. These are all hers for some reason. Right, yes, you ball up and then you kick off. Yeah, I curled my body up and sank down in one go, and stretched it out in front of me and kicked with my feet as I pushed, or just stretched it out and kicked off the shutter. I reached forward and used the recoil of my kick to gain some distance. Then, with my outstretched hand, I took a big splash of water and began to swim in breaststroke, which is correct because you're underwater. Should be able, you can butterfly, like, what's it called? Dolphin kick underwater too, but why would you do that if you could breaststroke kick? With outstretched arms, I began to swim breaststroke, taking large strokes through the water. I don't know why it's called breaststroke. I guess it's like front downstroke. I slowly exhaled the air in my lungs as I advanced 5 or 10 meters underwater. I never really did that. You do when you do surface, you want to blow bubbles because that way when you have to inhale, you don't have to exhale and then inhale. Because if you just hold your breath, you have to exhale and then inhale. If you blow out while you're swimming, you can just inhale. When you do underwater, it doesn't really work that well. The irritating sound of electricity blasting through the water is getting closer. Through the water? That would be bad. Looking ahead, I see a pale blue light dancing on the water. Feeling the resistance of the water with my whole body, I head toward the light. The hair on the back, my back stands on end. But you're underwater. And it's cold, so it's already goosebumping. Thunder roars overhead. An impact like a lightning strike runs through the water. My body jumps for a moment as if it was preparing for something surprising. Gulp! And accidentally gulped water. The impact involuntarily makes me breathe and water flows into my lungs. Gable, 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 gable. And when that happens, by the way, it hurts like crazy. I haven't done it, but I understand it like really hurts. Okay. My body coughs on its own, and with that little oxygen I left in my lungs, I blow away the water. Instantly, I stop breathing. Well, yes, you haven't been breathing for a while now. What do you mean? Seeking oxygen, my body starts struggling to surface on its own. I force it down with my willpower and swim forward with it. The sound is fading backwards, but it's not far away to surface yet. Far enough away to surface yet. The more importantly I get to the other side, the further away the faster you rush to get to the other side, the less distance you will travel. What? No, that doesn't make any sense. You'll travel the same distance regardless. Says something doesn't make any sense, okay. My bitten body slows down. The remaining 10 meters feel like an unbelievable distance. I felt a pain like all the blood was flowing into my forehead. I done here? I squeezed my eyes shut. Everyone's faces appear in the back of my mind. The kid, Coco, Pee-Pee, even though he doesn't have any sprites, so he wasn't flashed. You, Tsugumi, and then Sora. Sora was looking at me anxiously. Sora, I appreciate the concern, but will you support me here? I speak to her in my mind. Man can do pretty much anything with the support of cute girls. I quietly waited for Sora's reply.
クラナリさん、頑張ってください。
Okay, Kurenari-san, do your best.
私、信じてますから。
I believe in you. I mustered up the last of my strength. Ko-tsun. A tip of my hand hit something. I opened my eyes. Okay, it didn't go all the way to the top, though. Come on, the wrong representation. It only found 5 feet up. There's a shutter in front of me. I rushed to the surface. You could have cut it a little short. You could have gone 1 foot before the shutter. You also could have cut it a little bit. I understand why you wanted to go like exactly at the starting shutter so you can push off of it, but you can cut the last one short. I took a deep, trembling breath. Just get shocked. It's okay. It'll be quick. It's only a gamble. It's only a probability. You're not guaranteed to get shocked. I took a deep breath, forgetting to exhale, and let the air flow into my lungs. Well, I didn't think you had anything left to exhale. Then I took a deep breath. My heart starts working. My head starts working sluggishly. As I swam, I leaned against the shutter. You swam? Wait a second. I hit the next thing without realizing that it made no sense. I was leaning against the shutter as I swam. Okay, I guess she was swimming. I guess he's swimming, I guess. I gazed at the electrical discharge. It looked far away and the sound was quiet. Then I reached for the button to open and close the shutter. I pressed the button without saying anything. And got washed. I got sucked into a whirlpool of torrents. I got washing machined. My body's at the mercy of the water. There's no up or down, and I'm spinning around. Guru guru. Yep, you got washing machined. Son.
クラナリさん、
Kurenari-san. At a distant call, I opened my eyes. I look around, my head unclear. I'm sitting upright on the floor, my upper body poking out of the water. I looked down the hall and saw pale sparks glowing in the distance. I was caught up in the pure water that flowed out, and it seemed I'd been washed away quite a bit.
倉成さん、聞こえますか？倉成さん。
Kuranari-san, can you hear me, Kuranari-san? I heard Sora's voice in my ear. Sora?
はい。
Yes? The earpieces didn't fall out somehow? I instinctively looked left and right, but I can't see Sora or Navi. Or the Navi Sora. I look up to see the Sora, Navi Sora system floating there. Maybe it's because of the sensor glitch, but it doesn't look like Sora can see where I'm standing. I stand up and adjust the position of the aerial navigation system, or the Sora Navi thing.
よかった。いくら呼びかけても返事がなかったから。
Oh, thank goodness. No matter how much I called out to you, you didn't answer. Oh, sorry for making you worry. I was, like, literally passed out.
でも私、倉成さんが無事だって信じてましたから。
But I believed that Koronari-san was safe. Thank you. What is the rest of it? Thank you, but maybe it's thanks to the Sora that I'm safe.
そんな。
No way. You notice that he has given no thought to how he's supposed to get back the other way. Now, the plot is convenient. It just says, well, once he pumps out the passage to Drite Stock, he can go back out that way, which that opens a way for him to get out too, so he doesn't have to go back through here. But you wouldn't know that at this point. You'd be like, wait, I'm going through a place I can't come back from. In the water, I thought I was done for, but I thought I heard Sora's voice. I'm sure Sora's feelings reached me. Come to think of it, since then, how much time has passed since Sora activated the sprinkler?
10分くらいです。
About 10 minutes. Oh, is that so? So you were out like... I see. So you were out for like almost 10 minutes. It was 5 minutes to do the fill, right? So you were out for almost 5 minutes. Huh. I may have lost consciousness, but it's only been 10 minutes. 5 minutes since you started swimming. Okay, let's go in. Pochitona. When I turn it on, the drain pumps start working.
いい通路の排水を開始。徐々に水位が下がっています。
The water level is gradually dropping. Looks like it worked. Listening to Sora's report, I let out a sigh of relief, I guess, because that's the only type of sigh you let out.
倉成さん、やりました。いい通路の排水が完了しました。これでドリッドシュトックへのルートが確保できました。
Kurinari-san, we did it. The drainage to Corridor E is complete. Now we have a route to Dritte Stock.
これもみんな倉成さんのおかげですね。
That's all thanks to Kurinari-san. No, it's because Sora was there for me. Thank you and good work.
いえ、そんなことはありません。私は私のやるべきことをやっただけですから。
No, that's not true. I just did what I had to do. Sora looked embarrassed and troubled. I gazed at Sora with a smile. I passed through the drained corridor and head back to the infirmary. Right, it's like, apparently that allows another route from the pump room back to the infirmary. If that's the case, you can get to Dritte Stock from there. Which theoretically you could just go to Dritte. Yeah, now that I think about it, if you drain Corridor E from there, but then you can go back through Corridor E to get back to the infirmary, then wouldn't you then be on the other side of Corridor E? So you could go directly to Dritte Stock. So the route to the pump was actually a potential route to Dritte Stock. Now, not more than one person would be able to go through, but you wouldn't know, Sora wouldn't know why, and so they might throw everybody at it. Interesting. Oh well. Now that we've secured a route, we've decided to move to Dritte Stock. And that's it. Not to rest. What? Well, I accidentally put the H, and so I just jumped forward a whole bunch of lines. Okay. Oh, I did. Oh, this is going to be obnoxious. It's like the backlog, the curse. The backlog causes me to lose my translation box. Okay. Okay. So this is more thoughts. There's also the fact that the time limit for collapse was close, but it was because we feared the route would be lost again due to the omens of collapse or some other accident. Okay. Then you says, Kurinari, are you sure you don't need to rest a little longer? Why? She suddenly cares about me. No problem. More importantly, are you okay, Tsugumi? Why Tsugumi? I have to get my box back. And Tsugumi says, problem with backlogging this thing. Probably something like, it's nothing, don't question it, or something like that. You're the one who's sick. You were the one who was sick. You Are you still pale or something? Okay. I'm trying to work my way through the backlog, and I'm not really that concerned for some reason here. I took my medicine, so there's no problem with that. Okay. And then, what did I do? Okay. I moved some other non-visible source around. Weird OBS things. You turn to Pee-Pee with a vacant expression. Okay. Pee-Pee goes, wah.
ピッピ、夢に見そうだわ。
Pee-Pee. I feel like I'm dreaming. Are you really okay, you?
大丈夫大丈夫。ちょっとクラナリを心配するココたちの気を和ませようと思ってみんなでトランプしただけだから。
It's okay. I'm okay. I was just trying to lighten the spirits of Coco and the others who are worried about Kurinari, so we all played cards together.
それでソラ、ルートの方は大丈夫なの？
Sora, are you okay with the route?
現在、一酸化炭素濃度を含め、ドリットシュトックへのルート上に問題はありません。
There are no problems along the route to Dritte Stock, including carbon monoxide levels.
さて、それじゃあ出発するわよ。準備はいい？
Well then, let's get going. Are you ready? Yes.
いいよ。
Good. Oh.
それじゃあ出発！
I think that voice actor voice acted once and they use that multiple times. Okay, time to go. And so we set off for Hope. Or we just set off. Oh, and so we set off towards our Hope. With Sora's guidance, we headed for Dritte Stock, the lowest floor of the facility.
この先の通路が今まで浸水していたために通れなかった通路です。
The corridor ahead is the one that was flooded until now, so we couldn't pass through. The drainage is already complete, right? If you open it right off the bat, the water would... Drainage has already been completed, right? If you suddenly open it, the water won't go da-ba, right? If Kurinari is questioning this, how did Kurinari get back from the pump room?
はい、大丈夫です。
Yes, it's okay. Maybe they went intermediate? Maybe it's a different passage? I don't know. Well, after all the pain you went through... Remembering my hardships, I put my hand on the lever of the shutter. The opening close lever. Of the hatch, lever of the hatch. That passageway was no different from the previous one.
この上の破損したダクトから海水が流れ込んだようです。現在ダクトは閉鎖されていますから大丈夫ですよ。
It looks like seawater flowed into the damaged duct above. The duct is closed right now, so it's fine. Upon closer inspection, there were drops dripping from the ducts on the ceiling. Everyone continued down the corridor. Tsugumi goes, eh. Tsugumi suddenly screamed. A short scream echoes through the narrow corridor. What's wrong, Tsugumi? What happened?
つぐみ、大丈夫？
Tsugumi okay?
一体どうしたのよ。
What is wrong?
何か問題でも発生しましたか？
Is there a problem?
何が起きたの？
What happened? Everyone's eyes focused on Tsugumi. Tsugumi's neck turned bright red.
なんでもないわ。
It's nothing. Oh, she remembered she forgot Chami. He's like, oh, oops. What do you mean it's nothing? Your face is red.
怪我の影響で熱でも出たのかしら。
I wonder if she has a fever because of her injury.
違うわ。ほっといて。
No, leave me alone. There's no way I can just leave you alone. Does your injury hurt somewhere?
だから違うって言っているでしょ。
I told you that's not it. Then what is it?
ただ
It's just
ただ
what?
ただ首筋に水滴が落ちただけよ。
Just a drop of water on the back of my neck. Tsugumi's voice echoes through the corridor again. I presume it's something to do with Chami, but we won't know. So, leaving behind the dumbfounded everybody, Tsugumi shyly moves on. Oh, wait, Tsugumi. Everyone followed Tsugumi.
この階段を下ればドリッドシュトックです。
If you go down these stairs, you'll find Dritte stock. Finally. Spitting out my pent-up fear, I surveyed everyone's faces. Everyone's necks, which had begun to show signs of fatigue, instantly brightened. You mean faces? Is there a tendency to turn face into neck? Potentially. Oh, is it this? Oh. Right here. That one. Yeah, that's probably turning a face into a neck. So, everyone's faces, which had begun to show signs of fatigue, instantly brightened.
さあ、あともう一息よ。みんな頑張って。
Come on, one more. Everyone, do your best. Where'd the love come from? Oh, there's wrong kanji. Okay. One more time, one more stairs. Yu throws an 8-pronged punch at everyone. 8-pronged. Oh. A punch at everyone. It's a happa. Okay. I could put it in here. You gives everyone a shout out. Okay, so Google Translate says.
Oh!
Everyone puts their all into it. And then without rushing or panicking, I started descending the last stairway. Okay. Let's see here. I'm doing some Google Translate stuff. Group. Interesting. Yes, anyway, without rushing or panicking, we started to sing the last stairway. We finally made it to Dritte Stock, the lowest floor of the facility. Ah. Although it still says 1 in the background. So, overcome with emotion, thinking back to all the hardship I've been through, I can't help but let out a deep sigh, right? Now I can finally get out of here.
お疲れ様です。ドリッドシュトックに到着しました。ここは深海をイメージしたエリアです。ここには
Good work. We've arrived at Dritte Stock. This is an area with the image of the deep sea in mind. Here is Sora, could you stop explaining and show me the whale submersible as soon as you can?
すみません。ついいつもの癖で。では、コスミッシャーバルはこちらです。
Sorry, it was just my usual habit. Then Kazu Mishirval is over here. Flustered Sora indicated the path to the cosmic whale. We make a beeline for the cosmic whale. We've all been exhausted from moving so far, but everyone's faces are bright. Then when I think about how this will save me, my heavy legs feel lighter. Just one more step. And then we arrive to the place of our hopes, the cosmic whale. And then we froze. There's nothing in our line of sight. Okay, so it makes we. Interesting. The whale-shaped cruise submersible, Kazumishir Val, wasn't there. Okay, so it's we. No? Okay, well, I'll never know. Try to figure out what that kanji is. Damn it. Why? Why is it not? And why isn't there one? Why isn't it there? I yell without thinking. And then dejectedly, I fall to my knees. It's as if the blood in my body has left my body from that. It's just the blood in my body has left my body, right? After screaming just now, I felt like all the energy had left my body.
なんでどうしてないの
Why isn't it here?
こんなはず。事故が起きてすぐに確認した時はあったんですよ。
This can't be. There was a time when the accident happened and I checked immediately, you know? Okay. There was a time when an accident occurred and I checked right away.
プラント爆発後のシステムの不具合で、その後の詳しい状況は分かりませんでしたが。
Yeah, and like day 2 you checked again, right? Due to a glitch in the system after the plant explosion, we didn't know the details after that, but... I was just staring at the surface of the water where the cosmic whale should have been floating.
クジラさんいないね。
Kujira-san isn't here. As if responding to Coco's voice, I unconsciously looked around. There, I see everyone's stricken faces. What kind of faces am I making right now? I wonder if I'm making the same face as everyone else. I look at Tsugumi's face. Tsugumi's face has just her neutral sprite. Tsugumi was just expressionless. It was the same expression I'd seen in the infirmary this morning. Okay. Tsugumi won't die. No, I won't let her die. I will definitely save everyone. I'll definitely protect everyone. I won't let anyone die.
わかったわ。
She says, okay. I
よ
understand.
くわかったわ。あなたが偽善者だということが。
I understand now. You are a hypocrite. If I give up now, won't that make me a hypocrite? It says good person. It's like a forum censoring. Will make me a cool dude. We'll definitely be safe together. I'll definitely protect everyone. I won't let anyone die. I punch the floor with my fist. Make kind of this anime pose. Itsu. Itsu is like... Okay. Pain wakes me up. So what did the floor ever do to you, Takeshi? I stood up. There's still time before the time limit. It's too early to be overcome with despair. Besides, we're still alive. I appeal to everyone. I put my hand on my chest and pleaded. Because it was also an appeal to myself. Sora, is Dute Stock's control room safe?
はい。
Yes. Well, let's go to the control room. Let's take the situation in the control room first. If we understand the situation, Sora can come up with countermeasures, right?
はい。
Yes. Sora turned to the monitor and held up both hands. The windows overlap and disappear like a stream.
わかりました。
I understand. After a while, Sora looks up from the monitor and turns back to us.
結論から言いますと、昨日の午後3時17分頃、何者かがコスミッシャーバルを使い、施設を脱出したようです。
In conclusion, around 3 hours 17 minutes, which is 3:17 p.m. yesterday, so that was day 3, someone used Cosmic Whale to escape from the facility.
「外部から無線誘導されたってことはないの？」
Haven't... What? Have you ever been radio guided from outside? What does that mean?
電波妨害の影響で人物の特定はできませんが、どなたかが手動操作、操縦した痕跡が記録データ上にはっきりと残っています。
We can't identify the person because of the jamming from the radio waves. But there are clear traces of someone controlling it in the recorded data. Okay, so you was probably asking, was it recorded remotely from outside? So is it someone operated, somewhat recorded? Okay, I get it. So, yeah, was it being remotely operated? But the recorded data clearly shows that someone operated the drone manually. Eh? Who are you? Wait a minute. Are you saying that there was someone else left here? Wasn't it just us? I'm pretty sure on the bioscan, oh, I'm pretty sure there were 6 bio signs, right? I, Tsugumi, you, the kid, Coco, Sora, probably won't be included in the count. Pee is exactly 6. Yeah, you don't understand, Takeshi, that Pee also not included in the count. But we haven't talked about Chammy yet.
あの時、海の中に2つの生体反応があったよ。
At that time, there were 2 life signs in the ocean. Question?
やっぱり誰か取り残された人がいたんだよ。
There really was someone left behind.
あの時は幽霊なんて言っちゃったけど、センサーの誤動作で表示位置は違ってたけど、確かに誰か残された人が2人はいたってわけね。
It's called I called it a ghost at the time, but the sensor malfunction caused it to display caused them to display in a different position. But it's true that there were 2 people left behind.
ほいじゃあその人たちは助かったんだね。よかったね。
So those 2 people were saved, right? That's great. Coco smiled innocently. That's right. Yeah, it would have been better if they weren't trapped in the first place, though. These 2 were saved, but what will happen to the rest of us? That's for some, like, drama CD or some side story. Fan fiction. The story of those 2 people. So, Sora, do you know anything else?
コスミッシャーベル1号機アンドロメダはありませんでしたが、2号機ジョナサンは残されています。
Andromeda? Okay. So, the first cosmosphere of all, Andromeda, is gone. But the second, named Jonathan, remains.
ジョナサン
Or Jonason. So this is a funny one because when I read through this the first time, I didn't know how to read katakana, right? So I just presumed, okay, if the translators are spitting out Jonathan, then it's Jonathan. However, it's sort of odd because the first cosmic whale is called Andromeda. It's a pretty grandiose name. It refers to a galaxy. Why would the second one be called Jonathan? And second of all, Andromeda is kind of thematic. It's the cosmic whale, right? So Andromeda sounds kind of cosmic. Jonathan, what does that have to do with cosmic whale? So I think what it actually is supposed to be is Jonah-san. That would be more thematic, but it's more thematic with the whale part as opposed to the cosmic part. And it probably wasn't a whale, by the way. It's a different kind of big fish. But I forgot what you call that species, but...
そうよ、ジョナさんよ。どうして私忘れてたのよ。
That's right, Jonah-san. Oh, why did I forget? Are you saying there's another submarine? How convenient.
メンテナンスルームへ続く大型連絡通路上に残されていました。
Yes, it was left in the large connecting corridor leading to the maintenance room. Say that first. Oh. You should have said that first.
ですが現在、大型連絡通路は浸水しています。通路は排水可能ですが、一部排水ポンプの破損により、排水までに12時間ほどかかります。
However, the large connecting passageway is currently flooded. The passage can be drained, but due to the damage to some of the drainage pumps, it will take about 12 hours to drain.
ですので、明日の9時までには排水を終えて、2号機をメンテナンスルームまで移動させておきますね。
So we're running the pumps in limp mode, okay. So I'll finish draining by 9 tomorrow. You mean 9 a.m.? So 9 in the morning, day 5, or day 4. And move Unit 2 to the maintenance room. Wait a minute, why the maintenance room? If we're going to move it, isn't it the submarine boarding area?
すみません。説明がまだでした。実は2号機は故障しているために、現状のままでは使えません。ですが、故障原因は特定できていますので、修理を行えば使用可能になります。
I'm sorry, I haven't explained it yet. Actually, Unit 2 is out of order, so we can't use it as it is. However, we know the cause of the malfunction, so we can use it if we repair it. Can you fix it here?
修理パーツは倉庫にありますし、工具も揃っています。修理手順が書かれたマニュアルも残されていましたので、1日もあれば修理できると思います。
The repair parts are in the storehouse, and we have all the tools we need. There was a manual with repair procedures written on it, so I think we'll be able to repair it in a day. I see. Thank you, Sora. Our hopes are connected. There's still hope for tomorrow. Connected. Okay. I take a deep breath. When I do, my body becomes heavy. Maybe it's because I'm relieved, but I'm suddenly tired. Come to think of it, a lot happened today. Come to think of it, I'm hungry. Did I eat lunch? No, you didn't. Oh, it's already 8:17. The number engraved on the digital clock embedded in the wall of the control room was 2017, which is 8:17 p.m. It's already past dinner time. Yu looks at the clock and lets out a yelp.
ソラ、現状無事なドリッドシュトックのマップって出せる？
Sora, can you get a map of Dritte stock that's safe?
はい、今出します。
Yes, I'll do it now. Just realized if the generator goes out right now, they have a really hard time fixing it because I have to climb all the way back up to Ersteboden and then back down. Dritte stock's map is displayed on the monitor. We don't get to see it though because this is like the remake and they don't do that. About half the facilities were submerged. Okay, so it's about the same proportion as in the original. Original was more than half though in Dritte stock. Maybe it's because I'm hungry, but I instantly look around for food and drink. As a rule, the food and drink facilities were concentrated on the first level, so the third level, Dritte stock, they were nowhere to be seen.
はいはい。それじゃあ、脱出の手段も見つかったわけだし、そろそろ夕食にしますか。
Yeah, well, then now that we found a way out, why don't we have dinner?
わーい、ここお腹ペッコペコだよ。
Yeah, Coco, I'm starving. Coco is starving.
それじゃあ、みんなで食料調達に出発。
Hey, let's all go get food. Drawn in by you, Kyoko and the others energetically left the room. I followed after her. Tsugumi was staring at the monitor, thinking about something. Tsugumi, what are you not doing? That's a funny question. Hey, what are you not doing? It's like you're about to chew someone out. What is it I told you to do that you're not doing? Oh, Tsugumi, aren't you going? You're not going? Something like that. Tsugumi's body is loud. Just then the sound of Tsugumi's stomach growling echoes through the now empty control room. And Tsugumi's face turned bright red as she pushed me out of the room. Holding back my laughter, I followed after Tsugumi. Of course, the gift shop, every location from the original is pushed down to Dritte stock, including the gift shop. Yu's destination was the souvenir shop. Looks like you and the others are already rummaging through food inside.
なにこれ、面白い。
What is this interesting?
これ何？食べられるの？
What is this? Can you eat it?
こら、ココ、ぬいぐるみに飛び込まない。ほら、少年、それはローザイクのイミテーションだから食べない。
Hey, Coco, don't jump into a stuffed animal. Come on, boy, that's a wax imitator, so don't eat it. Well, I guess I'll go in too. Inside are a variety of souvenirs lined up in each corner. First, I went to the food section. Mune. Yakigiki. Fukami Onsen Manju. Lemu Saburu. Well, this is a staple. Yeah, Google Translate says Mune Yakiki, Shinkai Onsen Buns, Lemu Suppressant. Well, these are the standard. I don't know what any of these foods are, but okay. But being naive is a bit... But it's a bit too sweet. Okay. It's like all we got is like sugary stuff. This is the frozen food section. Tatsuta sausage, bamboo grass kamaboko. It must have been made in a plant on the second level. Lemu's specialty, deep sea coffee. Since we're here, why don't we try some? What is that, like really salty coffee? Which means it's a snack. Something that could be a snack. I need some snacks. I guess something that could be a snack would be canned food. Yeah, this is like trying to make a meal out of like the chips aisle. You just gotta eat the whole bag of chips, I guess. I casually pick up a can of food. Kagami Daifurug. Shimagatsu Shimagatsu no Tataki. What is this? I roughly placed the can where it was originally. It's sweet, but let's have deep sea hot spring manju for dinner. Having decided what to eat, I head to the souvenir corner other than the groceries, or other than the food. The shelves are overflowing with all sorts of goods. Oh, this is going to be terrible. T-shirts, yeah, which is t-shirts. Tauru ni hankachi, so towels, handkerchiefs. Maguka pu magakapu. What's magakapu? Magakap. I don't know. Ranchi pox. Ranchi pox. Well, it's packs, but what are raunchy pox? Stuff to write with? Diary? Jigsaw puzzle. Jigsaw puzzles. Pramoderu. Pramodel. I got about half of them. It didn't want to OCR it for some reason, though. Why won't you OCR this? What's wrong with it? Oh, there we go. T-shirts and towels, handkerchiefs, mugs. Oh, mugs. Lunch boxes. Oh, ranchibok. Oh. Lunch boxes, postcards, writing utensils, notes, diaries, jigsaw puzzles, and limited plastic models. Okay. Keychains, straps, clocks, accessories. Seriously, it's a standard goods. It's really packed with standard items or classic items. I guess that's what you'd expect from a mascot character. How many of those Tanuki-related products did I run into? Most of the products had his illustration printed on them. There were this three-dimensional objects, plushies, piggy banks, and even this Maneki Neko. I guess it'd be a Neko Neko. Or a beckoning cat. Yeah, and even a beckoning cat. Of Mew Mew. So it's like a lemur doing the beckoning cat arm thing. A cat? Come to think of it, isn't this guy a Tanuki? Oh, we're gonna get the Mew Mew explanation now? Because we didn't get it at the beginning of the game in the remake. So I have to get it now, I guess. I couldn't help but stare at it.
何じっと見ているのかと思ったら、そんなもの見てたんだ。
Okay, but because of the time of day it is, I have to quit here. So I'm going to save. In slot 9. And then I'm going to exit. Yes. No, did I not save the system? Okay. System save. This makes me nervous. So I'm gonna go back up, hit continue. Load. Load 9, yes.
何じっと見ているのかと思ったら、そんなもの見てたんだ。
Okay, good. Hopefully not saving system data didn't mess me up. Exit. Okay. Really nothing new here, right? I'll wipe this out, but nothing new. It tells me how long I've been playing this. Oh my goodness, 67 hours. It's more like 68 hours. Okay. And nothing new here because I didn't get any new CGs. Like, not only did I not get any new CGs, I didn't get any CGs, period, in this session, despite it being 4 hours long. No, I got screwed. The bed empty. Yeah. Okay. Yep, we are making very little progress. Okay, so I cut this off right back before another annoying long-winded speech by you about the Mune. And we'll pick up with like, oh no, I have to read this first in the next recording as well. My translation quality is slowly decreasing. It's really good, like, when I first did my, like, recording of starting over again, like, that first part was really good, and it's, like, going downhill with these successive recording. Still not getting, it's not bad yet, but it's not like, back a year ago bad, but it's just getting worse and worse and worse. It's getting, like, lazier and lazier. No movies yet, I guess. I wonder what free talk is. Okay. So it goes.